We're back. Jeez, it sucks to get into a car accident. Hopefully, insurance is nice to me. There we go. That's what I'll say about that. Yeah. Is it your favorite Nintendo thing? He's such a. My favorite. I don't know. I guess I like Zelda. I guess that's my favorite Nintendo stuff. Is Zelda. I like RPGs generally. I guess is the final word of the day on that. Is I like RPGs. Boy, am I very sad. Very depressed. I don't know. Boy, did that freaking suck. Holy heck, did that suck. Yeah, of course, bud. Of course, you can just share. Yeah, No, that's a good sign when a guy says that. Yeah. Are you gonna take photography in college, Pip? Is that a field of study you're interested in taking? Because you seem very passionate about it right now. You're good with it. Oh, you're already in school. I don't know how old anybody is. Are you taking photography? Take photography. Follow passions. Fuck this money shit. Like there's a part of me that's like, yeah, people should be practical. But fuck this, Pip. We're just here for so little in our life. It's too short to give a shit about the practical concerns anymore. Fuck, just do what makes you happy. Just pursue that. And I know that's like trite bullshit, but fuck it. I'm so tired of. What's the point? Right? What's the point of living life if it isn't at least to be at least a little bit happy about stuff? So I don't know. So many people nowadays like don't pursue your dreams. Don't follow your hobbies. Just live boring, simple life. Live lives where you just sit down and watch TV, and that's all you need to do. And I'm like, what's the point? What's the point of anything? If it's at least not to be happy. You know? If it's not to try and do stuff, like, don't just give in to baseline comfort. Comfort isn't joy. Comfort is just comfort, I don't know. I'm tired of almost dying. I'm tired of not. Like, pursue what you want. Don't be stuck, but just don't do, like, I don't know. Maybe it's the worst advice possible anybody could give, but it's also advice. Yeah, I'm sure everybody has a lot of answers. I'm just, I don't know. I've been thinking a lot to myself lately that it's just I don't care anymore what it is. I don't care I just like the only thing that matters to me anymore are like the people in my life and trying artistic pursuits, and it's like that's all I want to do anymore. You know what I mean? And I don't know. When you lose people, Pip, it's hard to think. It's hard to go like, oh, what really mattered was your job. What really mattered was spending time with them. That's what really mattered. Because you don't get to do that for the rest of your life. And it comes at you so fast. And you could just get hit by a fucking car driving, and that could be that could have been it. That could have been it. If I had gone out a second sooner, that would have been it for me. And just find people in your life that matter and do that. Just enjoy them. Because you're never really going to figure out what the purpose of your life is. But you know what? You'll have good memories associated with the people that you love. And they'll take that on with them. And that's all that matters, I guess. Yes, am I saying friendship, power of friendship? Yes. It's cheesy, but it works, damn it. It's cheesy, but it works. Cause love is all you need. Love is all you need. Nope. Fucking hands. Fucking hands. They fucking suck and they get me every fucking time. You know what particularly is? It's the thumb. It's the thumb that I also have trouble with now. It's like the thumb is so important, but it's like in a different spot. And it's just like, it's fuck me. I know they're the hardest. It's particular, it's one of the things I struggle with is the thumb particularly. Because thumbs make the hand. Work. That's the truth of it. Thumbs, they make the hand work. The hand... Why do we praise the brain or the heart when it is the thumb that made mankind truly the apex predator, huh? The thumb, and the thumb alone, should be a sign of high moral stature. Himmel! thinking that lately. Well, it's just kind of amazing because have you thought about all the stuff you like can't do without your thumb? Have you ever tried to do like stuff with just your like four fingers? It's a lot more difficult. With the thumb, you can position everything. It's quite a bit easy. Like, see, I'm trying to, like, you can do it, but with the thumb, you can just do this, you know. Like, see, you can't even really, like, okay, let's see. Even now, I'm using the thumb a little, the muscles on the thumb. Let's see. Boy, would that have been a lot easier just using my thumb. Have you ever played Splatoon, Pip? What's your thoughts on? Are you a Nintendo PC place? What's your preferred brand? Ooh, that's a hard way to think about it. Huh. Well, I do like dialogue is what I'm very fascinated by. Um, you know, here's what you do. Here's some like good. You know, that's a hard thing to do, and that's really it's kind of about developing an ear for it, which is like there's no definitive like way to do it, but you kind of just have to develop an ear for the way dialogue sounds. It's a little like it's like music a little bit, but a few ways I think about it is like just go around like think about like the way people talk that like your friends, your family, like how they talk, the specifics of what they try and do, like like how they'll try and emphasize words, what words they'll use, like what phrases they kind of repeat, and just kind of emulate how trying to emulate how they talk into your characters. You know, remember it's about back and forth. Good dialogue often. Okay, let's see. Good dialogue often builds on one another. Like one character will say something and then they'll try and add something extra to it. It's built on like give. It's like built on give and give. Like it's. Um, Also, people play a lot of games like in their own. And remember that a lot when people talk, there's often. I describe it as sort of like, every, people have a distinct way of speaking, but they also have a distinct way of speaking to certain people. And you have to kind of play that out. Like every character will talk to, you talk to people differently depending on who they are. Um, which is a weird uh, remember that people also. Okay, so like usually there's implications in dialogue when people talk to it's all about trying to figure out why people talk the way they talk. And a way you got to remember, like a thing I noticed at least with people, is a lot of like conversations are about boundary setting a lot. You know, you're trying to figure you're both trying to gauge basically with dialogue what the other person is comfortable with and how what you two will are willing to do. And a lot of dialogue is in a lot of like conversations are about kind of figuring out where you are in the relationship. I really have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry about that. What else? Are you still here? Oh, Christ. Hey, Rock. That's awesome. 1 second. There it is. That's awesome. Super elaborate, I hope. That rules. That rules, Rocky. It's a good one. Art Deco. Yeah, I love me some good Art Deco. New Vanderbilt. After the billionaire, yeah. That works. That's good. That's really cool, Rock. That's really cool. Yeah, it pops up a lot. Could set it in. I mean, Chicago is such a. Part of the problem is, at least, is like say Marvel, like Marvel was set in. The reason Marvel sets its stuff in New York, at least, is because they were based out of New York. You know, so that's like why they set it there is because you know you got a lot of artists and writers will just set it in places that they're familiar with, which is not a terrible tendency, but it's like like Marvel is based in New York. Marvel is the original Marvel guys. The original Marvel guys are all from New York, so like all their characters are set. So they just set it in New York because they that's where they lived. Well, they've occasionally, Listen, Rocky, there are officially superheroes from Canada. They're the. What's the name of the. Oh, lovely. I just noticed that. What's the name of the superhero team from Canada? I forget what they're called. It's like. Yeah. It's funny how like certain superheroes even have like affiliations with parts of the city. Like Spider-Man is Queens. Like Spider-Man like is 100% from Queens. Like they're so specific about that. I don't know. Listen, when I write superhero stories, they do have a tendency to be set in Houston because that's where I'm from. Yeah. I think they do. Listen, every writer just sets it in the place they're from. Why is Wolverine Canadian? Well, it's because his creator Les Wiseman was from Canada. That's why he's Canadian. I think there's a Bronx-based superhero, right? Like, I mean, Hell's Kitchen. I mean, Daredevil has Hell's Kitchen. As Hell's Kitchen, which is funny, because when they were writing it initially, Hell's Kitchen was kind of a shitty area of New York. Now it's really classy. Like, if you've never been to New York and you don't know that, don't know, Hell's Kitchen is now like the really shishi part of is one of the really shishi parts of New York, where all the hip young like executives live, which is quite funny. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. It's where all the hipstery people live now. I say that because that's where I lived. I lived in New York. I lived in Hell's Kitchen. Yeah. If you could, where would you set a superhero story? I'll tell you where I'm thinking of setting one. Seattle. San Francisco. San Francisco is a great place to set a superhero story. Surprised there isn't more. Um, yeah, I wish I could. Yeah, that's a good pick. Yeah, yeah, hyper expensive. God, for as beautiful as San Francisco is, it's really quite beautiful. Tosh, how's it going, buddy? Guess what happened to me today? Guess what happened to me today? Do you live in San Francisco? I got into a car accident. That's what happened to me today. Car rammed into me. Yeah. Yeah. Shitty feeling. Legitimately shitty feeling. I tell you what. Not a fun experience. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what's that? Intense. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not super happy about going through it. I'm not going to comment too much on it. I've made that mistake a few times, and I'm not going to say too much just because it's at the moment right now. There's an ongoing investigation by the insurance companies, and I don't think it would be proper for me to say it, but I have some opinions about it. Needless to say, everybody's okay. No, there was no injuries. The only thing that was damaged were the cars. And whose ever fault it was, fortunately, we both have insurance, so. There's a good chance it was technically my fault, but I'm also, you know, and I'll be fine with whatever happens. I'll accept whatever happens. I'm not gonna fight it. Just a shitty day. Fundamentally a shitty day. Did not enjoy that experience. Natashi did not enjoy that experience. How are you doing? How are you doing? Read any webcomics? I know you're always reading a webcomic or two. Haven't been looking at them. Yeah, haven't really checked porn in a while. What's a current favorite? That's a fun idea. That's a real fun idea. that's, no, I mean, I expect World War II to be full of just hugs and kisses. That's what happened, right? Well, one thing that's really good for a World War II thing is to remember to engage in race science. That's real good. Hello, Opus. Hello. It's good. How's it going? How's it going, Op? That's important. Yeah, I'm here. I am here. I was in a car accident today, Opus. I don't know if you saw. A little frazzled from that. Yeah. Shitty day. Shitty day. Fundamentally, a bad, not fun day. Worst part is I'm probably going to be the one. Whatever. I'll just pay whatever. I don't care. Who cares? Yeah. Well, they're probably going to blame me for it. Tashi, and I'm not. And I'm going to accept it, but I'm a little bit frustrated because I don't 100% think I was at fault. But there's no way to prove what my suspicion is, so. So it's like there's no way to fight it. I have a suspicion about something. I don't, but I can't prove it, so I'm not. I suspect that they, but I'm not. I can't prove it, so I'm not going to bring it up. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Needless to say, I suspect that these people were. I don't know. It was a teenager. It was a teenager. I'll. Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, but she lived, which is good. No, I get it. I get it. I'll say, I don't know. I shouldn't comment on it. I want to be, I want to be petty and angry. I want to be petty and angry about it because I suspect, because I have a strong suspicion of what happened, but I can't. It's just no way I can prove it, and if I can't like definitively prove it, then it's my fault. So I'm gonna accept it. But I suspect, yeah. Who cares? Who cares? They didn't call the cops. We didn't call the cops, so that's good. That doesn't means my license doesn't take us. I don't get a strike on my license. Yeah. I was a lot like that. Yeah. So that's more valuable than anything. I am too. I'm very glad that I'm right as well. Not super happy, but not in the best. Oh no. Yeah. I'm not actually. 1 second, let me fix that. See, it was flipped. I wish it wouldn't it be cool to be ambidextrous. See, to make this work, you gotta flip it upside down and flip it to the right. Wouldn't that be cool? Shit, man. Shit. Yeah. Should. You should learn it. Do you play an instrument, Opus? Ambidextrous. That it really helps when you're playing. Yeah. Do you play an instrument, Atashi? I'm bad today. I'm also tired, and I was just in an accident, so I have an excuse. I have an excuse. Oh, your voice. Well, yeah, I will say this. I had a cousin who grew up playing violin. Very miserable experience for. Yeah. But can you beatbox? That's the real skill. That's the one everybody wants to learn is how to beatbox. Beatbox. I used to be able to do it. Why can't I do it? Is it because I'm embarrassed because I'm in front of people? That has never stopped me before. to play an instrument. That was my New Year's. That was my New Year's pledge that I was going to learn how to play an instrument, and then I didn't do it. I was very sincere about that. There's all the time in the world. So how's the manga going? Opus is working on a manga. If you're subscribed to my newsletter, which all of you should be, by the way, you'll see I announced a manga project. It's not real, but it was something very amusing to me. And it all is predicate a manga project. I announced a manga project. Myself. It's not real. Well, Atashi is talking about a manga contest. Oh, it's a light novel contest. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. You just have to write it. Okay. Atashi, have you ever written a light novel before? What are light novels like? Oh, did you guys look at my... What are night... tell me from people in the back who have experience. What differentiates them from, like, say, normal, like, young adult books? Because this looks like something I might be interested in, but I don't really got any experience with the light novel as a concept. Okay. Moving on from my question, I guess. You are the one who brought this to my attention, and then asking for follow-up questions is weird. Okay. Anyways. Have you ever read a light novel? What is I know sort of what a light novel is, but what is a light novel? Okay, what are they like? What's the style? This honestly looks kind of interesting to me. I may want to try it, but I don't know. Theoretically, I should go out and read a few, which is probably a good idea. But what are people looking for? From my understanding, Opus, at least, it is a very simply written book with light illustrations. It's kind of the midway point between like a novel a and a manga, you know. Okay. At least that's my understanding of it. It's kind of yeah. No, no, like graphic novels are essentially single. It's Yeah, it's more like a kid's book. It's more like a kid's book that has illustrations. Yeah. A graphic novel is essentially a long form single story book, graphic story comic. I mean, the meaning, graphic novel is such a vague term. It's kind of lost all meaning a little bit, but it did used to have a very specific meaning, but it's one of those words that sort of drifted, like manga itself. I don't know what it is. It's kind of hard to explain. So a graphic novel. Okay, so a graphic novel is essentially kind of like it's a comic that's released in like usually it's about 140 pages about, and it's not released in like small individual issues and compiled. It's like released as like one long form piece, and that's what it used to mean. It's the meaning is different now. The meaning changed a lot, but that's kind of what it used to mean essentially. A lot of compilations now get called graphic novels, which is like not really what that means, but it's also like who cares ultimately in the end. I always compared it to like like there's movies and then there's TV shows, and movies and TV shows use the exact same tools, but one is long form storytelling and uh, one isn't. And that's kind of what graphic novels are to comics as movies are to TV shows, but that's what it means. So usually, like a graphic novel also had like the reputation for having like better art, because it's like the artist could spend more time. Like instead of like they have to get it out in like a month, they could spend like 2 or 3 years working on one. So it's like they usually have the reputation for like more intense art. Anyways, but again, the term has kind of lost all its meaning, so who knows anymore. But like from my understanding, at least as an outsider looking in, is that a light novel is very much it is a loosely illustrated novel with like very light, like like you're not supposed to write very complicated. It's supposed to be very simple, straightforward prose. You know how like kids, it's like a kid's book. It's like a kid's book essentially. Like how kids' books are illustrated, have illustrations in them, and then yeah. I've never really read them. They kind of do have like a reputation, and it's probably not fair, but there is definitely a reputation that they're a little sleazy at times, which is probably not totally fair, but there are definitely, yeah. Well, because I think they're significantly cheaper than manga to produce, so it's a little. I don't know. I've never read them, so yeah. Well, less time. It's all about. It's essentially, you're just drawing big splash pages, and yeah. Lizard, you son of a. Yeah. Reason we're talking. Yeah. Yeah. Reason we're talking about is Hitachi here. Hitachi here has put us onto this thing right here. This contest. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I don't know if I'll do it. I don't. Do I have time to even do this? Let's see. How long? When's it due? Oh, eight. Oh, June, July, August. Tashi, you are aware that this already passed, right? 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this already happened. Oh no, wait, it started. Oh no! I got application period starts at 8th. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I was in a car accident today, so my brain is working at 30%. That's a real story. Let's see. Oh, next year. At the end of 01/31/2024. So we got a year to do this. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Shield Hero. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. That's everybody's favorite. Favorite. No problematic things in that anime. It's all about the main character. Yeah. All about the main character buying a bunch of slaves. No issues with that. That's the slavery one, right? Where the main character just keeps buying different slaves. we, yeah, yeah. I know that. What's there was a really decent one, right? Guardian and Spice or something that got started out as a manga, as a light novel. How's it, Liz? How's it going? Oh shit! Oh fuck me. I have so little stuff moderated against. What did you say? Where is the moderation queue? What isn't going through? What isn't going through? What got banned? What are you doing to get banned? I can't find out. Dare you? Money? Really? Is that what it's all about? Owning possessions? Just go out into the fields of the earth and eat from there. I got into a car crash today, Lizard. Yeah. That was a shitty experience. Not thrilled about that. Well, I was pulling out into the street and I got hit by a car. Beyond that, I'll let the insurance investigators figure that out. Fortunately, the cops weren't called. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm in a bad mood because of it. I feel like I'm gonna get blamed for it. Ultimately, it was. Listen, it was technically they had the right of way. Even though I suspect that they may have not been not doing right things when they were driving. Welcome back. Dyslexia rules. Opus as my mod. Can you let whatever Lizard said through? Because I can't figure it out how to let whatever Lizard said through. Probably, yeah. Don't spend too much time. Just let it all through. Let it all through. Lizard is a friend. I trust Lizard. If you can figure it out, I can. I'm trying to get. Let's see. Active mods. Unban request. Suspicious user activity. It's let's see. Oh well, never mind. I can't see it. Oh well, whatever. Well, we'll just assume that Lizard said a bunch of really terrible things. We'll just... Can you try and say it in a nice way? See, we'll just assume Lizard said all the worst things you could imagine, and we'll be really cross at Lizard for the entire stream. No, I'm sure they're... Like, Guardian, Spice, and Wolf. Wasn't that a light novel? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's... Yeah. I mean, I know very basic. I don't know. I'm sure it's not fair to judge light novels, but like, it's not fair to judge light novels by like those standards. I know, but oh, right, most famous one of all. Yeah, most famous one of all that I know of, at least. Sword Art Online were light novels, right? Well, the contest looks interesting. I'll say that. Yeah. Be kind of cool. Let's see. Say Little Dicky. Had to ban a lot of those terms. Little Dicky. Or Seth Rogen. Little Dicky, Seth Rogen, or Jonah Hill. Or Shrek. Shrek is a banned word, by the way. It got through. Darn it. Because I thought it would be funny to ban Shrek from being discussed, and really get mad at, really. I did that as a joke. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what this fucking Automod is doing. Then the Automod is acting on its own. I don't know. Okay, Automod is off. Don't spend time on this. Oh, turn that off. Turn that off. No worries. No worries. It's fine. Shield Hero. Probably lame. I mean... Yeah, it's the R. Yeah, it was a cute. Yeah, it's bad. I don't know. Is it the one that it's like it's a slave? It's which one? Which is the one where he just keeps buying slaves? I hate. That's the one I really hate. Is that one? Yeah. Where it's just like he buys slaves, and that's presented as cool almost. I don't know. That's pretty darn shitty. Yeah. Pretty bad. Yeah. Pretty bad to do that. Have your hero do that. Tashi, slavery is bad. Slavery is bad. Don't do slavery. Don't have care. Humans shouldn't own other human beings. I don't care if it was in a fucking manga or a light novel. It's bad. Not a political take. It is just. Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Lizard, how's it going? Yeah. Super busy. Winning friends, influencing people. Yeah. Well, that's good. What can you talk about it yet, or being still secretive? Oh, is it Audible? Are you working for Audible? Oh, that almost seems like a perfect job for you, Lizard. That kind of seems like, yeah, that seems like the perfect job for you. Well, you have like super relevant experience. Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say that. I guess audiobooks aren't like under the what is it, like the APA? I forget what you know. I mean, legally, people could write for shows if they want, but they would never really work again. So you're scabbing out, huh? Well, that's really cool. What are you adapting now? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, suck. It is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm about to strike. Oh, so you're reading a ton of them. Yeah. Okay, what can you... Okay, can you give me any hints? What... Yeah. I am aware of the Odd Ones Out's having a TV show. No. An animated show had been made long before the picket line was done. That it would have been written long before the strike happened, so it's fine. Yeah, he does. It's yeah, it's okay. It's not the best. It honestly feels like just like a kids show that they just slapped his branding onto. Oh, of course, fucking Ryan Murphy would break the strike. Yeah, that would be. If you are in the union, you are not supposed to be. If you are in the Actors Guild, you are not supposed to be promoting any project. Ryan Murphy, Glee is his most famous thing. He also did that fucking obnoxious Dahmer TV show. Not a huge fan of Ryan Murphy. I think the only really decent thing he's ever produced is the O.J. Simpson thing. That's it. That's like the best thing I think he's ever done. And the O.J. Simpson thing is legitimately quite good. Yeah, yeah, it's the best one. It's the best one because he's a decent director. Yeah. That's the thing, though. It's the who is Zack Snyder. He's a better director than he is a writer. I know that. Well, that's good. But you need the big companies to do that. Are TikTokers crossing the picket line? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fucking Ryan Murphy. Shithead. I've never liked it. Yeah. Good. Good. Union forever. Fuck that dude. You know he'll like. Yeah. Yeah. No, they should not cross the picket line. That is not a thing they should do. I don't believe TikTokers are necessarily all that smart. All his stuff is popular. Shit, really? Fuck that. Never watch it. I will continue to not watch his shows. What a fucking sleazebag. Yeah. No, TikTokers should not be crossing the pickup line. That is a very much a thing they should not be doing. But I guess they are. You should. I mean, I've never been a particular fan of Ryan Murphy, so I have friends who love Ryan Murphy, but I don't like him. I wonder if like Sam Levinson is also going to break. Is that shitty for me to put that on Sam Levinson? I feel like he's the type of person that would break that. Listen, if Ryan Murphy is the reason the strike fails, I think it would be very justifiable to like, I don't know, burn his sets to the ground every time he tries to make a show in the U.S. Obviously, don't hurt people, but just find where his sets are and set them to the fire every time. Yeah. No, I mean it's fine. It's fine. You, yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's at some point you guys will probably end up being if things things go as they should. Eventually, you guys should probably be represented by the guild. But right now, you're. I don't like can't do everything all at once. Yeah, they got a lot to focus on. God, what a fucking I'm really quite mad. There is always something when like more liberal guys like do this that really infuriates me. Like Ryan Murphy is a famous kind of, his stuff is very political and I don't mind that, but it's like I hate it when okay. If yeah. If I could just oh, well that sucks. If I could just go, listen, I hate all forms of this bullshit, but um uh it infuriates me when one thing that really particularly infuriates me, if I could just go on for a second, is that like when people are are very political, very like, oh, I make a big deal of preaching all these like good values, but the second it inconveniences them, oh, suddenly, oh, this is just too much of an ask. Oh, this is just too much of an ask. Ryan Murphy, who talks a lot about like racism and sexism and homophobia and his stuff, and the second like people try and like ensure like better treatment for people, it's like that would cost him money is the thing, because this costs him money. Yeah, the second they have to lose something, they're like suddenly, ooh, oh, I don't know about this is more complicated than it feels. Fuck Ryan Murphy. Yeah. Well, it turns out Ryan Murphy is just an exec. Is just an exec who. Yeah. Turns out Ryan Murphy is like every other rich person in the world, very supportive of it until it costs them money. Very supportive of bringing down the man. Well, as long as and that's just fucking infuriating. Fuck Ryan Murphy. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Until it costs them money, then suddenly it's a problem. Suddenly it's a problem. You know? Ryan Murphy is, a leader in the writing community, and this is Hollywood, so like, of course, so Lizard, but very, very cunningly of Ryan Murphy, if he hires shittier and shittier writers that aren't part of the union. If writers, if the writers get really shitty because they aren't part of the union, it will be impossible to tell the difference. Because his shows are so bad. That's what I mean. Yeah. Between his writing and the shitty writer's writing. I have friends who are big fans of him. Yeah. I don't get it. I've never got it. Ryan Murphy. American Horror Story was really bad. The problem, like, Murphy is a horrible. Like, part of the problem with Murphy is. He's horrible. He has horrible structuring. Yeah. Like, he doesn't know how to. he doesn't really know how to structure things. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a good way to describe it. Yeah, but he's you know, who's the Doctor Who guy? Who's the Doctor Who guy that also is a lot like this? Stephen Moffat. Yeah, in a way, Stephen Moffat, not the actors, but yeah, he's a lot like Stephen Moffat, who is a good. Yeah, Stephen Moffat was the showrunner of Doctor Who for several years. Yeah, he was behind the 11th Doctor, and he also wrote for Sherlock. And Moffat is the accusation that follows Moffat, and I think it's very true, is Moffat is a very good writer but a terrible showrunner. Because he's very good at writing like single storyline episodes, but he's terrible at writing long form stories. And like Sherlock never, in my opinion, got better than the pilot. Yeah. I suspect that's also Ryan Murphy's problem. Yeah, it never beat the pilot. The pilot was the best episode. And that's because like Murphy wasn't always trying to write Hideo Kojima. Yeah. Who's your favorite Doctor, by the way? I knew exactly who you're talking. But the thing, the one difference I would argue with Kojima, and I agree with you, is that Kojima at least is so like, kind of wild in his stuff that it's still pretty entertaining. It can be quite entertaining, even if it's like, I don't know if any of this stuff makes sense, Hideo, but it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Listen, the ride, it's pretty fun kind of going on this weird ride with you. I don't know where we're going, and I don't think you have any real map, but yeah. But you have taken us down some pretty entertaining detours, and ultimately, in the end, I've enjoyed your ride, even though you have no fucking idea where you're going or what you're doing. But you're a fun ride companion. Whereas Moffat's main problem is like Moffat, yeah. Really? Do they? Moffat created the Weeping Angels, by the way. That's kind of what got him the showrunning job. Moffat's main problem is like, oh, you thought we were going one location, but we were actually going another. Whereas Murphy is like, yeah, I kind of forgot where we're driving to, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good to like drive around in circles, right? What's the best thing you've adapted, Lizard? I'm curious. Really? Yeah, that is freaky. Yeah. You know what movie really gets to me? Legitimately a scary movie that kind of like the Weeping Angels. It Follows. It Follows is a is sort of a terrifying movie. Is a kind of a terrifying movie. I don't think you. Well, I don't know. You might like it, but yeah, I don't. Yeah. Opus, I'm gonna say it's probably not a movie you should see for your for the sake of your mental health. Yeah. No, you would not like this one. It's a good movie, but I just don't think you would like it. I think it would be. Yeah. It's about yeah. 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 But like it's about a monster that slowly but surely pursues you as it it's if you have sex if you yeah so if you have sex with somebody who's been cursed, this monster will start to pursue you slowly but surely. Like it'll walk very slowly towards you, and if it catches you, it'll kill you. And the only way to get rid of it is to have sex with somebody else. But it's like the problem is, um, yeah. But the problem is it then transfer. That doesn't really secure you. It just gives you time because it once it kills the person that you had sex with, it'll come back to pursuing you. Yeah, it's kind of I would say it's like a metaphor for like a bunch of things. I would say sexual assault is the main one, but yeah, it's a terrifying, terrifying movie. Anyways, uh, I don't know. There's just something about it where it's just like the inevitability of it. It's just yeah, is the inevitability of it is just so intense. Um, it's a good movie. Only needed to see it once though. I think never. I don't it's one of those like horror movies. Sometimes I'm like I only needed to see this once in my life, and that will be it for me. I although I do like horror comedies. God, oh my God! I used to be woken up late night from just seeing ads for horror movies. Like I would see a zombie thing, and I remember I was really scared of zombies for a while, and I couldn't sleep. Yeah. And Smile is such a shitty movie, which is it's also like worse because it's like especially the younger you are, it's like yeah. It's even worse when it's like the really bad movies, and it's like, oh, it terrifies me, but this movie is bad. I don't know. To me, there's a unique humiliation for like being scared of like a really bad movie. Smile. I'm thinking of Smiley Face. That's a different one. Is Smile the A24 one? Yeah. I may have seen a little bit of Smiley Face, which is humiliating. Oh, I'm asking Lizard. Did I watch a little bit of it because I heard that Shane Dawson get. Ugh. I don't like Shane Dawson. I think he's a real like scummy, shitty person. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm thinking Smiley Face. I think he's a really scummy, shitty person who has weirdly, like, a thing he never gets called out for is, like, mainstreaming, like, a lot of conspiracy theories for kids. Which is weird, because that, to me, is, like, the legit shittiest thing he does. Like, he talks about... Yeah! Nobody talks about this! Like, one of his big things is he talks about, like, conspiracy theories. Like, the real racist ones. And he's like, who knows if it's real? It might be real. He's a flat earth... Well, his brother is a flat earther. He's also about, like, 9/11 truth... 9/11 truths. I think he's even been doing, like, some vaguely QAnon shit as of late. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Oh, that's sweet. I love that. I love that. And I love the fact that you two are collaborating on a project. Right? That's like one of the worst things he does is this conspiracy theory shit, and nobody talks about it. By the way. I don't know. Yeah. That's awesome. Well, I'm happy. I'm happy that. Yeah. I remember Opus. I remember I don't know the exact date when we met, but. This is easy. Because I believe you followed me when we first came in. You first came in. Hello, Callie. Well, it's pretty easy, Opus, because I know exactly what date you followed me. And you have been following me since November 29th, 2021. I believe you came in with a raid, I think with... possibly with coffee, if I'm not mistaken. That's our anniversary. How's it going, Callie? How are things? Yeah. That's one of the things I can see, by the way, is when all of you started following me. You have been, yeah. So yeah, it's been about, we've known each other for about 2 years. I think it was coffee. It could have been somebody else. Callie has starts a new account every few months, so I have no idea. I feel like Callie's been following me my entire life in a weird way. And Lizard, at least on this account, but I know there's an older account that you were following me with. You've been following me since the 27th of 2022, October 27th. Yeah. No, I know there's an older account that I theoretically could look up. Opus. What? That's the biggest twist. That's the biggest twist I've ever heard. Do you want to tell me your main one? You don't have to. Oh. Well, I think you've told me this before. Yeah. I believe that isn't that your story too, Lizard? That you forgot your password. What if it turned out you were secretly like one of the like real famous people I was talking shit about? Oh. You're Shane Dawson. And you're calling me out about. Oh, nice. It's kismet, Lizard. It's kismet. How is Justin? How is Justin doing? What's his TV like? Well, that's good. Yeah, I'd be sad too. After all these years. Of course, I'm late to every phenomenon, so I always miss stuff, so. I didn't hear about Twitch till long after Justin TV passed. You were following me on the other account. It's cool though. Just means I got an extra follower. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just checking something. The people. Do it. Living for today. But seriously, Callie, guys, I know we all love the song Imagine by John Lennon, but wouldn't we love it more if it was sung by awkward celebrities? Lizard, do you want to hear a bunch of awkward celebrities, a bunch of celebrities awkwardly singing a cappella Imagine? Imagine all the people. Pause. Heart. Pause. Henry Cavill. That has to be one. Does nobody know what I'm referencing? Please, somebody tell me what I'm referencing. Literally one of the funniest things. You didn't see that? Oh my god, you didn't see that. When the pandemic first happened, like Gal Gadot, did that video where she. You're watching it right now. I wonder if they like. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. It is literally the most embarrassing thing you will ever see. Imagine Gal Gadot. I won't. It's 3 minutes long, but I don't want to put the full thing up. But I will show. We'll show a little bit. It's like, this could be like a try not to cringe challenge. This could be like a try not to cringe. Let's see. 1 second. I'm sure they've tried to scrub this from the internet, but it never dies. 1 second. Okay. 1 second. It never dies.
Hey guys, day 6 in self-quarantine, and I gotta say that in his balcony, to all the other people who were locked.
Well, we're gonna skip past her intro.
Inside their homes, about this video, and it goes like this. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try.
No hell below us.
Above us only sky.
Imagine all the people
living for today. Yeah.
Imagine there's no countries, yeah.
It isn't hard to do.
Nothing to kill or die for.
And no religion too. Imagine all the people living.
That's enough. I put you through enough. It's pretty spectacular. Yeah. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's super cool. It's funny how I don't recognize all of them. There's that one girl who was could barely give a performance. And then I think that was Brie Larson. Brie Larson was a singer. She started out as a singer. I don't know what's more one second. I don't know what's more Sarah Silverman was the funniest because she's just like, I guess this is supposed to be a comedy bit. So I'm gonna do like a weird face. And I like Sarah Silverman, but that was like, how do you do that? That's I don't know what's worse, the ones who tried to like jokingly go through it, like tried to jokingly do it, or the ones who took it very seriously. The best ones were the ones who would just like, I don't know, whatever, just do this like in a few seconds. The worst... Yes, they did. Yeah, I don't know. I've actually never particularly liked the song Imagine. I've always thought it was kind of hacky. I think the melody is really pretty of Imagine, but I've always thought the lyrics were kind of hacky, and singing it a cappella really shows how hacky the lyrics are. Yeah. I don't know, Lizard. I think they were trying to show that we were all in this together, and it was a little incredulous because some people got to quarantine in very rich mansions or on private yachts in the Caribbean, or got to rent out a whole island to themselves, and some people had to stay in a small apartment in Los Angeles for about a year. Like, the pandemic was bad for everybody. The pandemic was bad for everybody. I'm not gonna lie, Even the rich people, I'm sure, kind of went stir crazy, but some of us got to do it in very nice houses, and some of us didn't. But it's just like yeah. I believe we met at that time. Really? Who was this? Can you give me that exclusive? Exclusive? Wow, that's shitty. It's like Ryan Murphy. It is funny how we always have these. Who is it? Yeah, fuck it. Was it, oh. Because I was going to say, if it was like the Silent Hill people, that would be a really... Yeah. That would be a really big... if you guys don't know, Lizard wrote a Silent Hill game. That's shitty. Not that all Russians are like that, but for some reason I have... there is a reputation that the Russian game development bosses are kind of shitty people. Yeah, there's some really good Russian game developers out there, but there is the reputation is that there's a lot of scam artists who have been will start help fund Russian companies, and then they'll just kind of steal their IP from them. Is the thing I've been hearing. And those guys are fucking assholes. Listen. Yeah. I mean, didn't that happen with the... Oh, who was it? It's a heartbreaking one that it happened with. I know they're Disco Elysium. Didn't the Disco Elysium people just didn't they get screwed out of their thing? I guess we can extend it to the Balkans just in general. I know they're Estonian. Yeah, Eastern European. Yeah. Although, yeah. Yeah, but the Disco Elysium, that just happened to them, which is like fucking heartbreaking. Because it's like, you can't just make a new Disco Elysium game without like the people behind it. Like, the reason Disco Elysium was popular was not because of its like innovative gameplay. It was popular because of its the writing and presentation. Which is, like, it was, it was that particular team that was so genius. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, if sometimes you can transfer it to other people who know how to do the game. Like, the sequel to Disco Elysium is going to be fucking awful if it isn't with that team. It's because they legitimately hired maybe one of the best. I'm gonna say it. Disco Elysium is one of the best written things of like this decade. Like, not just games, of anything. Disco Elysium is fucking great. It's it's a great. It's like a 20th. It's practically like a great. Like like it's a masterpiece, like novel in video game form. It's amazing. It's legitimately just this, and it's just this beautifully written book. It's a beautifully written game, and it's like, yeah. Get it. It's great. You will. Yeah, I it's like, I don't want to give away too much of the plot, because it's like, I also think it's best to go into it go into it knowing nothing, because it's kind of amazing. If you go into it knowing nothing, you'll experience it. Even knowing the plot is like, it's hard, but like, I think you would agree with me, Lizard, on this. Disco Elysium, not the most innovative of gameplay. It's a pretty, if you break it down to, it's like, the gameplay, it's a pretty standard adventure game. Like, yeah. Which is fine. It makes up, Yeah, but like, adventure games always lived and died by their writing, It's a slightly older style of adventure games. That it's kind of harkening back to. I would say, it feels a little bit like text. It feels a little bit like something that, like, the setup feels a little bit like the way you interact with it feels a little bit like a old LucasArts game, which is good. As much as I loved, Anyways, yes. I was so mad when I heard that they got screwed in that very specific way that it happens in Eastern Europe, or in the Balkans, or whatever. Eastern Europe is such a random term. Like, where does it start? I mean, what they're really saying is Orthodox Europe is what Eastern Europe really means, but But yeah. I'll say this. It's okay. I'll give it's darkly. It's very funny. It has really cool dialogue. It is legitimately a game you will not really know what to do with. Anyways, I'll shut up about it because it's really that good. It's a type, it's the type of thing that you will not really. It'll go into some truly bizarre places, and you're like, I don't know what this is, but okay. Anyways, I'll be. Did I try and write a book like that immediately after playing it? Yes, I did. Apes. We're all apes. We must murder the... Okay. We must murder the con... But it's also like... Anyway, can't wait to see the sequel where it's like... Oh God, how terrible is the sequel going to be? Actually, no. I bet it'll be like horrible. Like, you know what it'll be? You know what it'll be? You know what it'll be? It'll be like horrible, like crude humor. You know. And it'll be like, whereas like the original game has a very, very deep understanding of politics, and it's in a good way. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sure if you did it, it would be good, but yeah. I don't know. Well, the thing is, it has like a very good understanding. Like, it's one of the few games that has, like, an actually pretty good understanding of what politics are actually like. Like, it can intelligent... Like, I don't know, Lizard, if... generally, when games try and, like, handle politics, they're fucking awful at it. It's like, do you want to be the good guys who love freedom, or the bad guy... Or the bad guys who hate freedom but like order? And it's like the good guys don't want bad guys to tell them what to do, and the bad guys, why they want to tell you what to do. And I'm like, nothing. It's so bad. It's so fucking pathetic. But of course they like cower it up with like curse words and stuff. I just can't stand it. Like, I just can't stand it. Like, do it or don't do it. It's like, I hate though that they like have all the like what is it? Who's really bad at this? Like Ubisoft is particularly bad at this. Does this where it's like they couch it in like all these political like things, but they never say anything, and it's just it always like the way the plot treats it is like, yeah, we're talking about like super serious things, like how there are these good guys who want freedom and these bad guys who want like non-freedom. We're doing things differently. I'll stop complaining about it. Yeah, well, the problem is Lizard. It's really no different than say something like the Horde. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I wouldn't mind a game that really knew what it was talking about, but the problem is like when games deal with politics, they do it in such like a simplistic way. It's kind of insulting. Well, there's two big issues. One, games don't actually want to deal with politics. They just want to be seen to be dealing with politics. Ubisoft is terrible about this. Like Ubisoft is like usually does this awfully because it's like they want to be seen as like kind of like controversial and political. But like in the end it always boils down to like there are good guys and there are bad guys. And the good guys want freedom and happiness, and the bad guys want to do mean, bad things. And then like, it always just boils down to like the Far Cry games are really like the Far Cry games are bad, but what's really bad are any of the Tom Clancy games that they do this with. The Tom Clancy games are all terrible about this because it's like... And I wouldn't complain about it normally. Listen, I don't care that, like, say, Skyrim. Like, I don't care that, like, Alfred Stormcloak doesn't have, like, a concrete political philosophy. You know? Like, I'm fine with that. Like, I don't really care about that. I don't care that, like... But... Ubisoft games in particular are kind of bad about this because they keep giving the impression they're about to say something, and they keep coding themselves in like controversial political issues, and then they go like, well, we're not actually saying yeah. Whereas like, you know, particularly Ubisoft is really bad about this. Ubisoft really drives me crazy when they do stuff when they do it, because it's like, I would be fine if it was something like, say, you know, like it's fine to have like simple moral things and stories. I don't really mind that. I don't mind like the good guy. You know, there are good guys who just want to help out the people, help people out, and there are bad guys who are like, fuck you, I want to be rich and I'm gonna kill anybody in my way of doing that. That's fine. The problem is that Ubisoft always tries to dress it up as like a serious, intense, real-world drama, but will always like dial it back right at the last second before they actually do anything like that. And it's always just like good guys, bad guys, but they present it like it's like this great dark morality play. You know what's really bad? The Call of Duty people do that all the time. Like they have the arrogance of people who are like doing edgy stuff, but they never do. Anyways, maybe I just don't like Ubisoft just in general. I think that they've become kind of a shitty company, and They do have a very, I'll say this, the French Canadian, they do have a very French like thing of like, you know, they're like very, oh, we are so good, we are so great at everything. But it's like all of their games are this. All of their games do that. Like Watch Dogs. Did Watch Dogs need to be dressed up in like modern political theater? You know? Did like Watch Dogs uses like Antifa imagery in it. Like Ubisoft, do you want to comment on Antifa? Do you have a... It's not political. It's not... Lizard, but that's kind of the thing. It isn't political in a weird way. It's you know what it is? It's... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. But it kind of isn't, because they make no points. They just dress up in... They just, take in political, imagery, but they don't do anything with it, and it bugs me to no end. I don't even think, having, a game, an action game set in a modern day is bad. It's just... There are so many plots you can do that you don't have to, be overtly political in. There are so many plots. Yeah, we're political, but we're not. It's so fucking obnoxious. Something like, I don't know. And I like, there are some Ubisoft games that I like. I don't know. I don't want to support them anymore. They're really shitty people. But whatever. I mean, they haven't really made a good game since Assassin's Creed Black Flag, I think, is the last particular good game that they made. I'll throw that out there. They've made they've done all those awful life service ones. God, Destiny ruined all video games forever, and they'll always be bad. Yeah. There, I'll say it. All video games will be bad now forever, and it's all Destiny's fault. I don't think that's over dramatic to say. I mean, he was the best character. I mean, afterwards, we were left with such forces of personality. Oh, he is? Is he voiced by him again? Well, that's good. Because he wasn't even voiced by him. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, so much for that plotline, right? Well, because he was the only character anybody liked. That's why they brought him back. He was the only character anybody liked. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, I don't give a shit about Destiny. I don't even think the players really care about the storyline of Destiny, from my understanding. Listen, all they want to do is loot and shoot. Yeah, exactly. They just want to do the raids and the loot. They don't really care about the storyline. It is weird that they keep trying to put stories into these games. You haven't you aren't applied for Square Enix, because I was gonna be mean to Square Enix for a little bit. Square. Yes, they're all bad. They'll never be good again. Video games were perfect when we were children, and then as we got older, they got worse. That's the only explanation. I haven't yet. I kind of I want to. Is it good? I don't know. I'm you know I even if it's bad, I kind of want to see it just. I don't know. Yeah, I heard mixed things. Yeah, I kind of just want to see it because I'm curious what they did. I'm a little bit more. I'm just curious what they actually did. Hey. We're imagining all the people. I mean, I called that. I mean, I called it like a couple of months ago that's what was going to happen. Mario is phase 1. Of course Mario would be phase 1. As it always is. I mean, they put Captain Falcon in Smash. Well, I don't know. It's, the thing is, I don't know why they haven't made a new. They made a couple, my man. They made a couple. There's the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, and then there's the Adventures of Link and Zelda. Excuse me, princess. It was very bad. Yes, it was very bad. Beautiful. And Mario was voiced by Captain Lou Captain Lou Albano. It's actually kind of perfect casting. They should eventually. I mean, I don't know. No, Marvel and no, Sony and Sega have worked together. I was going to say Marvel and Sony, but it's like, I mean, the real question: will eventually Marvel and DC cross over? I mean, yeah. They've made there's a few comics about that. I know. I've read them. I have read those comics. Listen, the Sonic Mario crossover. Oh no. Oh. By the way, did you hear that apparently Lindelof is kind of a creep? Well, but Doomsday Clock is so he made an okay sequel to Watchmen. I prefer. Listen, I will never be really happy with any sequel to Watchmen that doesn't have Alan Moore's approval, but he doesn't need to do. See, this is why I hate Jeff Johns so much. This is partly why I hate Jeff Johns so much, is because he always uses. I don't know, but part of the reason I don't like Jeff Johns a lot is because he uses his influence to get his stuff adapted and only his stuff adapted. Like almost every DC property that they've made in the last of course he is, because it's a DC film property, so Jeff Johns will be involved in it. And if Jeff Johns is involved in it, he will try and get one of his stories adapted. Like, did we really need another adaptation of Flashpoint? Point out, I know everybody hates Marvel now, but Marvel made a lot of good decisions when adapting their stuff into film. And I should point out that they didn't put a comic book writer in charge of their universe. They put somebody outside of that, like, incestuous. And they put Hey Finn, how's it going? We're doing something very, very well. I think people are just a little burnt out from it. Well, I mean, I still like Marvel. We're hating Jeff Johns. I don't think people hate Marvel, but I do think that people are a little burnt out with it. Yeah, I mean, I will point out that this was already a problem before Marvel. But yeah, unfortunately, Marvel really was like like it's kind of like the albatross, like the canary in the coal mine sort of thing. It's like the fact that it happened meant a lot of worse things happened. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Doomsday. I hate Jeff Johns. I hate his weird I hate his weird man crush on Alan Moore. Do you know who Jeff Johns is? Emperor of Finland. He's a comic book writer. I hate his weird man crush on Alan Moore. It's honestly kind of creepy in a way. How obsessed he is with Alan Moore. Like normally a comic book writer being influenced by Alan Moore would not be that shocking. Okay, so Jeff Johns is a writer for DC Comics. He's kind of in a way one of the chief writers of DC, and when the film started being made, like the DC universe started being made, he got promoted to essentially the head of the film department. And Jeff Johns is one of my least favorite writers of all time, and I've always thought he was like overpraised and over promoted. I find him a very mediocre to kind of bad writer he has a lot of bad writing tics that I immediately clocked in the DC universe. And like one of my big problems with him is that he uses his power in the film department to get his storylines adapted and nobody else's. Almost every major DC property, like DC movie you've seen, is a Jeff Johns comic. It is a storyline that Jeff Johns wrote for the characters. It is his version of the characters that pop up. So it has been like it has essentially been like almost a decade of Jeff Johns adaptations. And pretty much only Jeff Johns adaptations. It is until recently, like with the Robert Pattinson Batman movie, they've been adapting things outside of Jeff Johns' like oeuvre. which is a shock, and then people kind of people liked that one. But apparently, he was also named by who was the guy who played Cyborg? I don't remember his name, as being a particularly obnoxious dude on set, which I'm not shocked with. Jeff Johns' biggest claim to fame. Well, he's done a few decent things in comics. His biggest claim to fame is that he essentially he is not assassin. He pretty much saved the Green Lantern franchise. Like Green Lantern was very near like death before he was put in charge of it, and he turned it around, and so that has given him like this infinite cachet, because it's like people still are like, well, his Green Lantern work was good, and his Green Lantern work was pretty good. Like the Sinestro Corp Wars, all that stuff was pretty fun. Yeah. He also has a second thing. Yeah. But then that was like one of their biggest sellers, and it comes kind of from nowhere, and it's like a big deal, and he's kind of responsible for like kind of writing the path of Green Lantern. And then his other big thing was, and this gives him way too much cachet because he was being carried. This gives him way too much cachet. It's 52. 52 is great. 52 is one of the best like series that DC has ever put out. And Jeff Johns is a co-writer, but the problem is Jeff Johns is a co-writer with 3 much better writers. Jeff Johns co-wrote it with Mark Waid, it's Greg Rucka, right? It's Greg Rucka and of course Grant Morrison. And those are like, is it Greg? Was it Greg Rucka or is it? And they are much. I think it was Greg Rucka. 1 second. Or 1 second. Yeah, it was Greg Rucka. And Kevin Griffin. And Kevin Griffin. I didn't know Kevin Griffin also. Makes sense. And Kevin Griffin also wrote that. Kevin Griffin is great. Kevin Griffin is a guy you don't hear talked about a lot, but he's pretty good. Creator of Rocket Raccoon. Also wrote Justice League International, which is a very fun comic. It is a really fun comic book series. If you want to read a good Justice League one, Justice League International is pretty great. Pretty much. Well, yeah. So he wrote on 52. 52 was really well liked. I'll give him Green Lantern. I'll give him Green Lantern. I'll give him that he was successful with Green Lantern. He knew exactly how to fix Green Lantern. Although I will point out that his later Green Lantern stuff is very bad, and it's full of all the overwritten garbage that he does later in his life. But Green Lantern also teaches him like the wrong lessons. And one of the lessons it teaches him is that he essentially, see, this is where his like Alan Moore thing starts, because the Sinestro Corps War and all that stuff was an Alan Moore idea. It wasn't much of an idea. It was like literally, I think Alan Moore had written like a 1 or 2 page comic proposal about a possible Green Lantern run. They were like looking for something for Alan to do, and they said, "Well, do you have any ideas for Green Lantern?" And he wrote up this like little proposal of a possibility of a thing he could do maybe with it. And it was pretty exciting because it's Alan Moore, and everything Alan Moore does is Alan Moore did, especially around that time, was pretty fucking great. If you don't know who Alan Moore is, just for non-comic fans out there, Alan Moore is charitably probably one of the single best comic book writers to ever exist, and possibly one of the best writers of the 20th century. He is the man who wrote Watchmen and many other great ones, but he also happens to be my favorite writer. And Geoff Johns has this weird obsession with him. And again, it's not necessarily wrong to be inspired by Alan Moore. A really good new writer, Tom King, is very inspired by Alan Moore. It's not even that. He's... I would argue... Sort of. I mean, I don't know. I would argue somebody... Garth, like, who is it? Mark Millar. Mark Millar is the evil version of Alan Moore. He has similar instincts to, he has similar, like, he has similar instincts to Alan, but his stuff is just violent and gross. But it's never as good. Alan Moore's like best successor is, of course, Grant Morrison, but that's a whole nother story. Here's what so it's kind of hard to explain this, like, this infatuation he has with because he has a weird obsession. And the thing is, like, Geoff Johns will write everything Geoff Johns does pretty much is him attempting to redo Moore's thing. Like, he's not even really particularly inspired by Alan Moore. He is inspired by Alan Moore, but it's almost like he's trying to write, like, he's trying to re-engineer Alan Moore's career in a way. Because almost everything he written is in some way is like piggybacking off of a thing Alan Moore wrote. It's hard to explain. So he has that awful Batman thing. He has that awful Three Jokers Batman thing he did, where that was his attempt to do Killing Joke. He's the one who brought back Watchmen that didn't need to be brought back. I mean, I know Tom King is doing a Rorschach thing. Oh my god, the worst fucking comic ever written. One of the dumbest things he's ever written. And, like, even his best thing, which is his Green Lantern. So it's the Three Jokers is based on this idea that there's actually three Jokers, not just one. And somehow the greatest detective in the world didn't pick this up. Because you know how sometimes people act different sometimes on different days? Well, in Geoff Johns' world, people can't act different on different days. They must act the same at all times, every second. But it's hard to escape the idea that all of Geoff Johns' best stuff was, like, just building off of work of others, and all his worst stuff, all his other stuff is when he's been allowed to, like, just create on his own. Like, his like masterpiece is, like, his best thing, like, the best thing he ever did was kind of based on an Alan Moore idea. Like, people still sort of like his Wally West Flash run, even though I don't. I think, oh my god, his Flash run is so bad. It's me, Barry. It's me. I love Mark Waid's writing, by the way. I love Mark Waid's writing. I don't know if I've ever made that clear, that how much affection I have for Mark Waid as a writer. Mark Waid is one of my favorite writers. He's a guy who can write. He's a guy who can write like intelligent like character arcs, but still manage to keep a light touch in everything he does, but have like deep moving character arcs at the same time, and it's kind of beautiful to watch him do stuff. And the fact that Mark Waid's like one of Mark Waid's best things is his Wally West run was handed over to fucking like edgy kid, the fucking edgy kid that is Geoff Johns. And the thing about Geoff Johns, what particularly irritates me about him, and I know this has just become a rant about Geoff Johns, and I promised myself I wouldn't rant about Geoff Johns ever again, but the thing about Geoff Johns that particularly irritates me is that he whines so incessantly about how comics are too dark these days. He goes on and on about how better comics were in like the Silver Age when he was growing up. He's like the most grim, dark, violent, pointless like stuff. Like, I read a comic once that Geoff Johns' sincere desire is, you know. Well, Finland, the reason I'm pointing that out is because Geoff Johns is notorious for being kind of the worst drag of the Dark Age, of, like, this age. Like, kind of all the worst trends of, like, this age of comics, it happens in, he's one of the big guys who does it. Like, his comics are loaded with, like, aggressive sex and violence at all times. And he whines obsessively, and, like, comics aren't as good as, like, they were then. And it's like, okay, if you want to do that, you have to do that. You're one of the most powerful people in comics. You have the ability to change that. Yeah. So it's like, the fact that he whines about doing this all the time, about like how violent and mean comics are got, and then he makes like these violent, mean comics, I just fucking can't stand. I just can't stand it. It drove me crazy when I was a kid, and he still fucking drives me crazy now. And the fact that his ego grew like immensely to where he like the DCU had to be based on his comics. Couldn't be based on anybody else's comics. DC has had great writers, but it had to be based on his stuff. It had to be Barry because Barry was his favorite character. The Flash has to be Barry, even though Barry is like one of the most boring characters ever written, because Barry was his favorite comic, his favorite character. Yeah. Anyways. Sorry, so that's my Geoff Johns rants. I had promised to stop doing that because I would get into it too much. And there's the whole thing with like Alan Moore and the fact, partly why I resent him so much is because Alan Moore was very legitimately screwed over by DC, and they kept screwing him over several times. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm just going to keep using his stuff because we own it. Like, I'll never totally forgive DC for stealing Watchmen away from Alan Moore. Alan Moore went nearly... Yeah. I've not... I know what The Batman Who Left is. I've never read it. It's an AU thing. Or, Elseworld thing. It's, I've actually never read it, but well, there are alternative universes, and the Batman Who Laughed is this sort of, yeah. Yeah, I've never read that particular one. I don't know. Yeah, basically. It's an it was an alternative universe thing and stuff like that. This is, by the way, a complaint I have, like, with comics, is that they're very meta, and it's very annoying that they're very meta now. Like, particularly, like, one of the things I got really irritated with DC, so I'm behind on DC. I've started, like, itching my toes back. I was more, I was more into Marvel for a very long time, and Marvel started to get kind of bad. So I've been itching my toes back into DC. So I don't know all of the new DC things, and the Batman thing is almost totally incomprehensible to me now. But like what's going on with Batman is like near incomprehensible. But the thing I liked, the thing that was bugged me about DC, I've complained about this before with DC, is that DC is very into its own like mythology and its own iconism. It's like it's very obsessed with like it's very proud of itself with like inventing the first superhero, and they talk about endlessly about what like Batman and Superman mean, and they're just not like there's in many ways they're not really that interested in telling stories with them anymore. They became a lot more interested, at least when I stopped reading, with like how like Superman and Batman are just these like figures of like myth, and we should just like, isn't it cool, and what does like Superman mean in this modern day? And it's like, well, we could figure out what Superman and Batman mean if you just tell stories with them, but you're not interested in doing that. And I don't know, that's my complaint. Yeah, and it's all about like remixing the origins now. Like Batman doesn't face like supervillains. Batman faces Batman, other Batman, or like what if Batman did this, or what if Batman did this, and that was exciting like a few years ago. But then they just kept doing it. Like the Batman Who Laughs is another example of this. He's just, well, what if there was a. Yeah. Exactly. I would rather see... Yeah. Exactly. It's just the same thing over and over again. I would... You know what I'd rather see, Finland? I'd rather see just a new Batman fighting a supervillain. Maybe somebody new. Go crazy, DC. Yeah. Exactly. So it's all about, like, how, like, Superman... Batman is, like, this figure and... of like this amazing figure. Yeah, there's some great, by the way, there are some good stuff. DC produces good stuff, but it's usually like the trick with all comics. If I could briefly go on about superhero comics for a minute, the trick with superhero comics is usually it's actually the B level stories that are the better ones, like about the B. Like the B or C level superheroes are usually the ones where the better storytelling happens. Like one of Marvel's best series that they've ever produced is about Hawkeye. It just is. Marvel, there was a really good Hawkeye comic that they made that is great. That is great, and it's one of my favorite comics of all time. It makes Hawkeye... It's really hard to not say hot guy, which is a... And so like Hawkeye is one of my favorite comics. There was a really good Vision. There was a particularly great series that they did with Vision that I love, called Vision. And on the DC side, one of the best comics they've produced in modern days, like in the last few years, is a Supergirl one called Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, which is a space fantasy epic kind of homage to True Grit, which is really good, really great. But the thing is, like, these are lower tier characters, so they don't mind if you like mess around with them. which fucks everything up. I would argue. Yeah. Which they're also trying lately. I mean that's why I've grown interested in DC again. Partly because they fired the Idiot Squad, for the most part. Like the Idiot, they brought in new management, so it's been exciting. It'll probably get bad again at some point, but right now the new management has been trying different things, and it's been kind of exciting to see happen. Whereas, I'm gonna say this: I'm worried Marvel is starting to fall into the trap DC did. Like, they're becoming awfully, obsessed with what their characters mean and not who their characters are. And I think they need to watch out for that, because that can screw you over. And yes, it is definitely a bottom line thing. Do you guys want to hear me complain about Spider-Man? Yeah. I mean, it's all media, but it's... blame business schools. Blame... Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, especially with the success of the Avengers, yeah. I mean, I'll to throw out a bone to DC and stuff like that. They are trying now. Both with Superman and with Batman, they are trying a little bit. They're trying again to make them a bit more dynamic. Tom King's whole run on Batman was about trying really hard to give Batman and Catwoman some really good character development. And I don't know if it was 100% successful, but I did appreciate that he was taking that risk. And he was letting Batman be kind of vulnerable again. So, yeah, Tom King is fucking great. And unfortunately, he's written one really bad story, and that's what everybody gets mad at him for. Almost every other thing he's written has been genius, and then he's written this, yeah. Exactly. Oh, yeah. That's... The problem is, and I'll throw this out there, entertainment is a bad investment, fundamentally. It's a terrible investment. It follows zero rules of good investing. Movies, television, comics, terrible investment. If you were an investor, you should fucking run away from all of that shit as fast. If you were an actual value investor, who cared about return on profits and stuff, run away from that shit as fast as possible. The market is hyper volatile. There's no guaranteed success. So when you get these people who come in who are trained, you get, and the problem is all the people who are money men behave think in terms like that. So the true way to make money and be successful is to take these really big risks on new properties. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's another thing, also, hi, Terrible. It does feel a lot like you're being preached to. Superman comics are especially kind of weird about this, because it almost feels a little bit it feels a tiny bit like you're being preached, like legitimately being preached to. Superman writers do treat Superman almost like in a weird way. Yeah. Superman writers do treat like Superman pretty close. At times, I'm gonna be honest. At times, I love Superman, but at times reading Superman comics, at times reading the way, and especially reading the way Superman writers talk about Superman, can feel a little bit like you're reading Bible stories. You're reading Christian stories about how good Jesus is. And how Jesus can help, how Jesus did all these great things and can save you. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. It's uber pretentious. It's uber pretentious and it's uber boring, is the thing. I will say this. Marvel never used to do that. Marvel never used to be that way. Marvel never used to have that sort of pretension. Marvel never used to have that sort of pretension, and that's why they were better in a lot of ways. Marvel always wanted to be seen, like, always wanted their characters to be seen as kind of everyday guys. It's why they always set. It's always why they set like their character. It's always like why their stories are all set in real places. You know, it's why they never wanted to have fake cities and all that stuff. Like Marvel never used to do that. Marvel is kind of getting like, is starting to get a little bit like that, and I'm nervous. Marvel was my favorite. I don't know if you can tell. Marvel was my favorite comic. Marvel makes. I like Marvel better than DC in a lot of ways. I think Marvel overall used to write the stronger comic books. Yeah. Because Marvel stuff was scrappier, is the thing. They were scrappier. They tried to be more. They tried to have characters feel more real. Yeah. Exactly. Well, yeah. It's, I don't know. It's. Yeah, that's why I do hate that. I think that's like a bad take. Yeah. I mean, there is some pretty campy stuff in Marvel, but there's also some very campy. I've read those. I've read several Silver Age comics. Man, they're fucking campy as shit. Honestly, I don't know. Honestly, the Silver Age Batman is actually kind of bad. I thought it would, I tried reading them a little while ago. I thought it would be more fun to read. They're very tedious. Nice, Callie, that works. They're actually quite tedious, the Silver Age Batman. Writing wise, like they can be quite tedious. The Golden Age stuff can be. No, it's good. It's good. Any words are good. Lizard. Exactly. We're here to encourage people to do stuff. We're not here to discourage people. That's good. Callie, that was very good. Like, I don't know. Like Marvel. Okay. That's cool. like for a music track or a race track or another type of track that I'm not anticipating, whatever it is. Like a real racetrack or a video game racetrack? Oh, Finland. You and Lizard, I think, would get along. Finland? Well, that's super cool. That's super cool. I think you and Lizard might have similar tastes and stuff then. What's this for? Lizard, do you have an opinion about that? I have no idea I don't know anything about racing. Lizard knows quite a lot about racing, though, and I'll trust you on that. Okay, I believe you. I'm getting the sense it is. Let's see. Well, then I'm going to say everybody should race that track. But they should... I'm taking it from Lizards. That's a very hot take. I'm getting... So that's a pretty hot take. Lizard, do you have opinions about this? Ovis, it was so lovely to see you. Ovis, it's so lovely to see you. Sorry, I got into ranting. Sorry, I got into ranting about Jeff Johns and all that stuff. People still... Yeah. I completely, independently, also think that it's literally just the outside roads, except you need connecting roads when there's turns. I think that too. Sorry. I think that too. I'm the one, in fact, who said it first. Okay, Opus. Bye. That was a good one, Opus. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm-hmm. Although, admittedly, Lizard, admittedly, that kind of fits for Vegas's whole deal. That's kind of a perfect Vegas track. It's like, yeah, it's the parking lot. Yeah, we converted that into a track. That's what we did. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's very on brand for Vegas because it's shady con men. Yeah, that is pretty funny that they like. Yeah, we'll just make our parking lot. You know what they should have done? They should have done. You need razzle dazzle for Vegas. What you should do is you should they should like they should take let it go through like the lobby of a hotel. You know, like they should let it drive through the lobby of a hotel. Now that would be exciting. Let it drive through part of like the MGM Grand or something. Unless you lose a lot of money. Do they still use that track? Listen, do I want Yes. How many sick jumps are in? How many sick jumps do they have, Lizard, now in Indy races? Is it if there aren't over a dozen sick jumps? I don't know if I want to watch. Listen, we're not doing enough to make real life like Mario Kart or Mario Kart. No, yeah, that is pretty funny. That is pretty. I don't know. There is something very funny about like them. It's like, yeah, it's a parking lot. It's a parking lot. It's like that's what we'll just do. Terrible. How are things going? Uh, you know what? It's been 3 hours, so I'm going to plug my newsletter. If people haven't seen the latest article I put up, I'm quite proud of it. Yeah. Yes. Have you seen the latest one I did? I'm quite proud of that one. Mainly because I commissioned an artist to draw it out for me, and it's maybe one of the funniest things. It makes me laugh every time I look at it. Thank you. Yeah, well, Should I just do that? Should I just do that for maybe my light novel entry? What if... No, I don't know if I want to spend that much time in the mind of Rob Schneider. You know, he's kind of like a conservative shithead now, right? Hate to inform you all, he's super anti-vax. Yeah. Rob... Thank you. Yeah. He's my favorite... Okay. Yeah, he's trying to make a comeback as a conservative comedian. I mean, he's been trying to make a comeback forever. I don't know. There's a little part of me that feels like, in a weird way, he was kind of forced into the conservative comedian thing. Because it's like we were just like, no, you don't get to come back. We don't want you. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Everybody go follow Emperor of Finland. I'm sorry. Yeah, it comes in waves. Truth be told, I very, if I can confess something, I'm very rarely on Twitch nowadays. I don't know. The thing about Rob Schneider is, he sucked. It's hard. You know, it's hard. You know, especially, like, Twitch is, like, so dependent on, like... The problem with Twitch is just so dependent is if people are on at that exact moment. And... Are you on YouTube, Emperor? Emperor, are you on YouTube? Yeah. Link your channel. I'll give you a follow. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know. Alright. I mean, I'm already following you, but are you on YouTube? I don't know. Consistency is important. I mean, that's all bullshit. I mean, I don't know. I'm not. No, I get that. Yeah, and nor should you. I don't spend money on upgrades for this thing unless I can afford them from this thing. I don't. I only upgrade what I can upgrade, which is occasionally screws me, but yeah. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Part of the problem I find is like, you go through seasons of like people who are on and people who are off. Yeah. I mean, I'm very rarely, like, I usually come for, try and see funks, and I usually, if I'm up early, I'll stop by Terribles, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like it's difficult. I don't know. I don't have great advice. I would say become super knowledgeable about things and try and explain of like one or two particular subjects, and then try and explain it to people in an excited tone. That's what I usually do. Empathy is kind of important. Like, being empathetic is kind of important. I don't know. I'm starting to think I'm too empathetic. I don't know. How is the project going, by the way? What are you working on lately, Emperor? Terrible. It's really lovely to see you. Yeah. Don't get in any car wrecks, right? I did that. I got into a car accident. I'm sure I've said that like half a dozen times. But the important thing is I haven't talked about it in detail. Yeah, that happened to me today, or yesterday, as it may be. Yeah. What's it about, Emperor? What's it about? Also, Emperor, are you on my Discord? What's your story about? That's what I want to. Who are the characters? What are the plot lines? Why should we care about this particular ragtag? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Works. I mean, even in ebook form, it might be a good idea too. just release it as 3 parts. Um, Pitch it to me. Pitch it to me. Pitch me the book. Let's say this. Let's do this. This is an exercise we used to do in school to pitch our screenplays. Okay. Okay, Finland, I want you to pay attention. This is an exercise we used to do. You're in you get into the elevator. And let's say the head of Universal comes in, or the head of Paramount. The head of Disney, like a big, like the head of Universal comes in, a big movie executive comes in, and as you're writing up, he turns to you and he says, "What are you working on?" And you have only that elevator ride to pitch this guy on your project. What do you say? This is what they made us do in film school. Elevator pitch. I think they call it a rocket pitch yet, where it's just like, you have like so you have to say it in the shortest amount of time that somebody would get it. I went to a very low rent film school. So we did a lot of stuff. I actually really liked my film school experience, but it's yeah. I never did do like my final project for it, and I've always been mad at myself. I should try and make a short film one of these days. I'm a bit too razzled right now to do that, but the problem is I haven't had a good idea for a short film in forever. I hope he didn't. Oh, I was just about to say his name. I don't know. He disappears for long periods of time. He initially hired me like 2 years before before we started doing stuff. I think so. Lizard. Here's the truth of it. I think he works. I think he does it whatever his job is for a couple of years to save up money to shoot more scenes for his movie. So I think I think he's out of money right now because he was spending like crazy. He was spending too much money. I don't know. There's a chance I got fired from that job. I don't know, or he doesn't. If he doesn't want to use me anymore, I understand. I wasn't really putting in my A game with that. But then again, because like you guys have never seen me on a set, but on a set I try and go all out. I try and I try and like do everything I can do. Like be every position I need to be and try and I come in. I have a general rule. Like I have to come in with like 3 or 4 really good ideas, and I did that the first day, and it was so bad. I was like, what the fuck am I? I was like tired and exhausted, and then like after that I was like, this was so much effort for something that's gonna be so bad. And it's like, why am I doing this? I should just sit down and do nothing. Which is maybe not the best attitude to have, but I came to that revelation about halfway through the second day, where he wouldn't feed us and he was screaming at everybody. By the way, running a film set, never fucking make people not eat. Like, never deny people lunch. I don't care if it costs you extra money. Your movie's gonna be a lot worse if you... Yeah, he didn't get us lunch. Didn't bring snacks even. Bring fucking snack. Finland, have you been here for me talking about this guy? Yeah. Okay, so let me give you a brief... Okay, this guy is a fucking wild person. I won't say his name because he did pay me and give me money, so... So I can't really condemn him for that. My friend is saying that article has been debunked. I'll throw that in there about the Ryan Murphy thing. Anyways, okay, so let me okay, let me set the scene. So, my boss, the guy I was working for, I don't know. That's just what he said. I'll throw that out there. I haven't done any research on that. So, but I feel sort of like journalistic integrity, the journalistic integrity about the Ryan Murphy thing. So I won't say anything more about that. To comment on that there's some doubts. Okay, so I met this guy a couple of years ago. I kind of wandered into his set and he paid me. Nice guy. I enjoyed the money, which is the real answer. I preferred the money. And so the first kind of indication is he's very paranoid about people potentially stealing his footage. Like, he doesn't want any pictures taken. He doesn't want anything revealed. He makes you delete everything. You know, if you take a picture, he'll make you delete everything off your phone. And he makes you, like, sign these contracts. You know, like, I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement with him, which I guess I'm breaking, but no. I'll take the risk. I'll take the risk. Because I don't think it's really that legally binding, and two, it's not paid, whatever. So there's that, and then, so you're going like, oh, okay, how about could these be? Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. We'll see. Well, I'm not revealing anything about the movie. Because let me explain why I'm not revealing anything about the movie. So my boss, he is okay. How to put this? English is not his first language, and that's perfectly okay. The problem is he's Chinese, And the problem is the movie is quite a bit in English, but he wrote the script in Chinese. He does not let the actor. He did not let any of the actors see the script, and several of the actor and a couple of the actors could not speak English. So he was explaining how to say it, not in English. When he struggles with English, to somebody else who struggles with English, and so the dialogue is garbled. He frequently, yeah. By the way, not to toot my own horn here, I won an award once for filmmaking, particularly for my writing. I offered to help rewrite the script, and he said, and anytime I mention okay, so there's that problem. So none of the actors have seen the script. Many of the actors could speak English, but none of the actors have seen the script, and so we have no idea what the movie is about. I legitimately have no idea what the movie is about. I have a vague idea of what it's about, but I don't know anything else beyond that, which is struggling. So he'll just and he's, I don't know, he's pretty obviously just kind of making up stuff as going along. Second problem is, we're not filming one movie, we're filming about 3. So everybody's real confused all the time. Third problem. Yeah. No, it was about 3 movies. Nope. Different characters. Yeah. Third problem. My man doesn't believe in sound mixing. He finds it too difficult. Yep. See, this is why I have a slight suspicion I might have been fired, is because every time okay, so he had, when I first met him, he had an audio guy, but he says it's too difficult. It's too difficult to do that stuff. So he just he strictly uses camera, the in-mic camera, and we've occasionally had to film on cell phones. Had to explain to him that we've been mostly filming on a traditional camera that shoots horizontally, so he can't do this. He can't do this and talk. He has to shoot it like this. That was a little bit of an argument. An argument that I lost. And he shot it like this. Let's see. Yeah. Also, he gets on me for he got mad at me for the sound being bad. So he's been insisting on the times I've worked with him, he insists on shooting in these loud places. We shot at a street festival at one point. And he's like, well, the sound's gonna be bad. I'm like, well, there's no way to fix that. So it's like, but you can make the sound better. And it's like, I can't. I told him I can't. The only way we can really make the sound better is if we just record it later, or we had a sound guy. And you hired me as a cameraman, and I'm not gonna do you have to have a boom mic guy, or you have to have a lav mic, or but he's pathologically cheap is the other thing. Which is weird, because I think he's also overspending on money. He's both pathologically cheap and overspending at the same time, which is a weird phenomenon. Let's see. What else can? Well, he's the reason I say he's overspending is because he'll often bring these people in who don't do anything. He'll bring in one of the days I worked with him, he brought 5 or 6 actors in. He was paying us all he was paying us all $15 an hour, so minimum wage. So I'm appreciative of that. But he was paying us all $15 an hour, and he was bringing all these actors in who were and they filmed like 2 or 3 scenes, and then like the majority of the filming was done with just him. Like, we just filmed mostly scenes with him. So they shot like 2 or 3 scenes in the morning, and they just had the actors hang around the whole time. And he was paying them every hour. And I'm like, you know, in a movie, you would never do this. You would never do this. And like, this is a problem with him not showing us the script, because if like in a movie, you kind of like organize everything so that you know, like, you would shoot out of order in sets that you have with actors that you have, so you wouldn't have to spend so much money paying them for literally everything. And I'm pretty sure this is why he's not doing it anymore, because I think he was just way overspending on these people. Like, I would never do that. I would never do that. I would make sure to like get them in and out in one day, or like try and use their time well, not have them sit around not eating and not doing anything for several hours. Let's see. Okay, so this there's this whole okay, so this is more complicated, but he's the type of guy. So it's hard to explain this sort of personality trait with him, but he kind of likes being miserable is the thing. Because if he's miserable and kind of woe is me, he gets to like assert a bunch of power over people. And so he'll do weird things like, okay, we were gonna use a mini tripod in one thing, and then we found out we didn't need it. So instead of doing like the logical thing, which is just putting it back in his car, he just put it right on the ground where a bunch of people were walking. And this thing, okay, so we were shooting this one scene. It was freezing outside when we were shooting this thing, and he kept like going on for an hour, like almost half an hour, trying to nail this one scene. And what was screwing up almost every one of his takes was that people would walk near this fucking... No, it wasn't me. It was a light. He would walk near this light that he just put on the ground, and he says like, "Watch out! Watch out!" And that would kept screwing. This went on for like half an hour. That he would just like go snap at people who were going close, because we were in the middle of a sidewalk, and he just kept snapping at people, and I'm like, and he fucked up like 20 takes with this, and I finally just got tired of it, and I grabbed the light and I put it in my bag. I had a camera bag with me, and I just put it in the camera bag. And I'm like, and he goes like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Did you break it? Did you break it? You're gonna break it! You're gonna break it!" He screams at me in the middle of the thing. And I'm like, you have been blowing this scene. You keep stopping the scene because you're busy yelling at these people. The thing is... It was... He's strange. He's a strange dude. He's also... he's... I don't know. He's in his, like... I don't know exactly how old he is, but he looks to me about to be in his late 30s, early 40s. He's like a pudgy dude. You know, nothing wrong. He has a dad bod, which is fine. He looks like an older he looks like a normal middle-aged guy. But he's also he's cast himself as like debonair men of action, or like badass cops and stuff like that. And he looks he's not convincing. He's kind of a bad actor, to be honest. Listen, I'm not saying I'm the best director in the world. If you go on my YouTube channel, you will find like little short films that I have made, and you may go like, "Oh, he's talking shit," and I'll cop to that. But it's fun. Well, it's less fun when you're. But he's such a prick. It's so impossible to be. And he asked me explicitly to help him, like, he says, like, tell me when I'm doing bad. Okay, so this one scene that took us half an hour to film, because he kept screwing up somehow. I don't know. And he said right at the end, he's like, yeah, I fucking nailed it. And I'm like, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea. Like, there's no difference between bad and good in that. I have no idea what he nailed. Yeah. Should I just, like, make a movie about that little experience I had making that movie? Would that be too mean? He'd never see it. I have secretly wanted to, like, cast him eventually in something. If I do make a short film, I want to actually cast him in something, just to see if I can. Like, get a decent performance out of him. Because, one thing, I don't know if I mentioned this, but one thing I was supposed to do is he wanted me to direct him a little bit, and he wouldn't listen to me giving notes. Oh, because I bring up this because anytime I give him notes, like, one of the things he says, like, oh, well, that's just what Chinese audiences like. I was like, well, the sound isn't that great. Oh, the Chinese audiences are fine with that. Chinese audiences like that. I'm like, well, I tried to very gently, like, even direct the actors, like, kind of, like, ask what the actors, what they're doing. Yeah. I would say that's a tiny bit racist on his part. China makes very slick movies now. They are very used to, like, not necessarily, they are very used to pretty slick looking movie. Yeah. I mean, not all the movies are good, honestly, great, but they're used to slick, high quality movies at this point. I doubt, like a normal everyday Chinese person would be happy with bad quality, poor acting, kind of vanity project. In fact, from my understanding of the Chinese film market, I follow one guy who comments on it quite a lot. Is, if anything, Chinese films are way too slick now. Like, that's, like, the actual complaint is, like, they're too slick. They're too they're too overdone. But it's like it's like Chinese audiences are not bereft of content made in China featuring Chinese actors speaking in, like, in Mandarin Chinese. They're not bereft of that content. Like, they could easily watch TV shows and movies of decent quality, starring actors who look like them in movies about their history. So if he's banking on something like that, it's just not going to work. It's just not going. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know enough about China, but I've seen Chinese movies. I've seen Chinese, like, TV shows and movies. They're pretty slick at this point. So, in a weird way, it's actually a little bit, I don't know, it's a little bit racist, because it's like, oh yeah, they'll accept anything just because, a pudgy, middle-aged guy who is like, no, they're so stupid, and I don't know, it's dumb. Because I was like, okay, like, you can kind of get away with that. Like, I've seen, like, there's a Vietnamese channel in here, and I've watched a little bit of it just because I was kind of curious. by it. And like, there's some there's actually quite a large population of Vietnamese people here in Texas, especially in Houston. So we have like a Vietnamese language channel, and they have Vietnamese soaps. So I was curious one day, and I watched some of it. They are not super high quality. The sound mixing is kind of bad, and the filming is kind of bad. But the power you get from that is like, it is local actors speaking their language. And there is power, and you can get away with like lower quality when that is an underserved market like that. Chinese people speaking Chinese is a is a multi-billion-dollar market. They are not. If they want to watch high quality Chinese language stuff, you know what they'll do? They'll turn on fucking television and watch it. They will not watch a poorly mixed, poorly shot, poorly edited thing just because there is a Chinese person in there. That's my going to bat for the Chinese film. And that's the thing I wanted to say to him, because he does that all the time. He'll do that, any complaint anybody has. It's like, oh, they like that there in China. They don't. They don't. Anyways, yeah, so it's like, I don't know. Listen. Yeah, he is full of shit. Yeah. Yeah, he is. And you know what? He brushed me off successfully. Because, like, I stopped caring about, I don't give a shit about it. There's part of me, Lizard, there is a kind of a part of me that secretly, I've been trying to, like, see if I could maybe pitch him on, like, him just giving me the money to make a movie. Like, I don't know. I don't think, could I pull that off? I don't know. But it's just like, of course he's full of shit. Like, I had the thought recently of, like, just sitting down with him one day and going, like, okay, so, let me pitch you this. What you're doing isn't working. I'm a real director. Let me just give me the money. I'll make you a producer. You can be, I'll credit you as an official producer, and let me film a script I've been working on. I'll even put you in the movie. I don't know. Do you think I get away with that? So, anyway. The problem is, yeah. I don't know. I think he kind of spent all. I gotta finish the script first before I can start pitching it around. I mean, my first instinct would be to just try and raise money on Kickstarter, not do money people, but we'll see. Yeah. Tell me about your novel. Self-publishing is good. Yeah. Fuck money. I mean, money, you need money to, like, food and stuff. What's yours? I don't know. I don't think that's fair. It's all about marketing. Have you tried TikTok? I would, though. Like, if I could give you just a piece of advice. No, that sounds like a shitty friend. If I could give you just a piece of advice, Finland, I think it's probably a stronger idea to, like, release 3 shorter books instead of 1 longer book. Yeah. That's my only. Fuck that. Fuck real jobs. Except your job, Lizard. You always have cool jobs, but fuck real jobs. Life's too short. Life's too short, Finn. It's just too short. I don't know. Why waste your life doing something you hate? Just to make other people. I mean, you don't got kids. You don't got kids, right? Like, you don't have like people who depend on you. Like, you don't have responsibility to people. Just pursue your art. Even if you had kids, I would say pursue your art. But, if you do have kids, yeah. Or call, yeah. Or just fucking cold call people, Finn. Listen, you'll get rejected, but every once in a while, a person will just say yes. I've heard of people like raising money for movies by just like getting out the phone book and cold calling people and asking for them to donate. Yeah. Have you heard of? I would point out. Yeah. Have you heard of Royal Road or something? Yeah. Yes, Callie. It's too much. Don't spend more than you would make from that. Yeah, I mean, be pointed. Yeah. Yeah, start slow. Start slow. Well, okay, Callie, so here's what I would actually say, Callie, if you want to do advertising, because I used to do advertising. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying, is essentially... You're making what? You're making $40 a month from your book? So use 20 of that for advertising. I believe it's at, traditionally it's a third. You should spend a third of your budget on advertising, but is your book's... Oh, wait, I bought your book. I have your book, Callie. Here's what I say. Your goal is to get another book out. I would say, though, also, like, also be, like pointed. Like, Callie, here's what I would say also. If you're confident enough in your book, I would start looking for smaller book YouTubers, like smaller people who review books on like YouTube or TikTok, and say you'll send them a free copy if they'll review it. The bigger ones tend to not, are overwhelmed, but like find people who are starting to build up a following and ask them to look at your stuff. There's a good chance they might do it. What you need, Callie, right now is like, you need free, you need to use the recipes of free advertising and stuff like that. I would say. Like, I mean, listen, to talk about success. I know we all hate her, and we all hate the book because it's bad, and it's justifiably bad. But that Light Lark TikTok that went mega viral just used a bunch of stock footage and stock photos and music, and that got millions of hits. There are avenues. You have to play terrible games with people, but there are avenues available to everybody here. Speaking of advertising your wares, I want to plug my newsletter again. If you're not following it, I would appreciate a follow. If you are following it, I very much appreciate that follow. Oh, wait, the YouTube thing works. Welcome to Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely. Have you thought about serializing your book, Finn? On something like, say, Royal Road? Now, have I stayed up this long? Because welcome to the Hotel California. Welcome Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely. Such a lovely space. I've thought about maybe trying to make a movie based on that experience I had, but I don't know. But, like, the thing is, part of the thing is, it's like, it's kind of, it's, I don't know. I fear making a movie from a white guy, about a white guy who has trouble understanding an Asian guy would be kind of racist, and I don't really want to do that. I mean, I could change it to, like, I guess maybe like European or something. Make it like a full-on Tommy Wiseau thing. I don't know. Because I believe that's a similar thing that Wiseau. Yeah, maybe Russian or like, yeah, Russian or like. Because I believe that was like a similar thing that happened with Wiseau. If I have read Greg Sestero's book. I believe it was a similar thing that happened with Wiseau, and that he also, I think, didn't write. Like, well, Wiseau clearly can't. His language is in English. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that could probably be the way I get around it. It's amazing. Like, I mean, I'm Slavic, so I could do that. It's amazing how easily it's like, yeah, other white people, you can be mean. I mean, then again, the Russians have it coming these right now. Trying to think. Yeah, like your boss. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's looking like the Ryan Murphy thing. We may have got that mixed up. Apparently, he never actually said that, and the reason he's suing, the reason he's suing the guy is because of that. I don't know. There Well, the funny thing is he's not really throwing around that much money. I am sorry to Mr. Ryan Murphy. We were very energized about saying mean things about you. Although I still stand by, I don't think. Well, I don't think. Yeah, we didn't really say that many. We said that it was kind of. That's cool. Yeah. We said whatever it was kind of sleazy and shitty, but the main thing we were saying was he's a shitty writer who doesn't know how to structure things. Yeah. I mean, are we ready to call this the second Cold War yet? This whole situation? That's pretty much what it is, right? I was thinking about that, like World War II. Yeah. I think it was only. I think it was only Opus. Yeah, I'll send this article. I'll send this article. Yeah, exactly. Well, I thank God I sent it to my friend who fact checked me. Thank you, Sam, for fact checking me. I'll post it in my Discord. Yeah. And when I upload this to YouTube, yeah, an industry friend. When I upload this to YouTube, I'm gonna call this Superstar Draws parentheses. We were wrong about Ryan Murphy for a lot of this close parentheses. Yeah, but now big deal. Well, here's the thing. I don't think people like. Yeah. No, but it's like. I mean, you could point out like that Putin is essentially an old Soviet is an old Soviet in many ways. You know, and like their attitude. Yeah. I know. It's annoying when suddenly your thing becomes politically relevant. Because it's like, oh shit, now I actually, I didn't mean for that to be a thing. Yeah. Well, Finn, I think I would take it as. I'm gonna throw this out there. I would take it as a I would take it as an advantage and just play into that just a little bit, because it's like I'm probably not going to get an opportunity like this again. Listen, your thing suddenly had become culturally your thing suddenly became a relevant piece of international news. Fuck it. Play into that. And like, obviously, I'll throw this out there. Obviously, people don't actually hate all Russians. What people hate is like, like what people hate is like the corrupt. Yeah. What people hate is the government of Russia. They hate Putin. They hate like the macho, like oligarchical thing that they have going on there. But on a whole, I think, yeah. You can hate the nation, but not the people, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Finn. I'm sorry. Because sometimes it's fucking fun to write blasphemy. I know that, sir. Sometimes it's fucking fun to write blasphemy. That's why. And that's a good premise for an alternate history in some ways is about exploring like the worst possible thing that could happen. I see that as a perfectly good. You're playing into culture. I see that as perfectly good. Yeah, it'll work well. I think it'll work. It sounds interesting. Are you going to release this in Finnish and English or just Good. Yeah, that would be a mistake not to release it in both. Yeah, I would say though, yeah. It would be good. It would be good to probably release it in both. Does sound like there's some very specific Finnish fears in there. I mean, I'm No, I know. Just that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Oh, the Russians would never. Yeah. All good things to joke about. I actually think that's perfectly fine. If you know anything about me, I'm very up for, yeah. Like dark humor. I'm up for that sort of stuff. Yeah. Not at all. Nor should you. Yeah. Finn, that's what I'm saying, my man. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You gotta kind of capitalize on this. I'm gonna say this, Finn. You kind of lucked into a relevant. Listen. I know you didn't set out to do this, but you kind of lucked into a relevant political novel that is perfectly encountering. That is looking into. I would have said, like, honestly, you should have released this before Finland joined NATO. That would have been the perfect, but it's still a tense situation. Like, you got time. You really, yeah. It's more tense. You've actually kind of lucked into something. If I could give a suggestion, release the first part now. Release the first part. Release it as 3 books, is what I would say. Release the first part now. Get it working up. That's that. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Just release it now. Like, focus on. You have enough for 1 book. I think you have enough for 1 book right now. Release that now. Make this a trilogy. Release it. In 2025, release it all together as 1 book later. But you have enough for a trilogy right now. You have enough for the first book right now, don't you? Get it prepped. Get it prepped. And plus, it's actually, from what I understand, it's actually kind of better to release. Well, that'll be perfect. Shorter books through e-readers. Yeah. No, the only way out of this is you have to go harder. Spin into this. You have to spin into the accident, not spin away from it. It's not about trying to steer out. It's not about trying to steer out of it. It's about steering right the fuck into it. Sure will. Listen, there's something to be said for writing escapist fiction that makes people feel good, and there's something to be said for writing situation that tries to capture the mood of Yeah. Hopefully not, but maybe. We'll see. Fucking hands. Yeah. Well, it's still that, Finland. It's still that. It's just now yeah. It's still that, but now it's about laughing. It's about laughing, laughing with the pain. Exactly. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you, bud. Well, that's what I'm saying. You've written. Yeah. But you've written enough for 1 part right now, right? Anyway, don't. Yeah. Don't do what you think is best. By the way, I'm just giving my thoughts about what could work and what could not work. I don't know. Maybe I might be giving you the single worst piece of advice you've ever gotten. Yeah. If I could give, though, one piece of advice, that will always be with you, that I will be a better writer after this point. Like, nobody thinks they're a good writer when they release something, and so at some point you just have to start releasing stuff. So, just be careful of that thought process. Oh, I'm sure there's a point. Do what you feel is best. Oh. I must resist the urge to ink right now. I'm very tired. I should only ink when I have energy to ink. Yeah. Well, look for the email. Hit a wide swath. Look for both YouTube and TikTokers. I'll be fine. I'm fine. Yeah. You'll find somebody eventually that'll say yes. I would say, Callie, though, like, be prepped for, like, them not liking your thing. Before you do this, be in a place where you might get a bad review. Like, don't do that before you're ready. Be ready for that, okay? Like, everybody thinks they can handle it, but if you're not ready for it, it can really hurt. I don't want to see people give up on their dreams, because you'll get bad reviews and it'll suck and it hurts. When people, I realized all I want, I don't, yeah. I want people to just, I just can't nail my hands. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. I feel like that's the only way. I use it. Yeah. I feel like that's, like, legitimately the only way I can, like, to use it ethically. Yeah, it's like, but I'm not tracing it. Yeah. I'm not tracing it. I'm not but yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the thought process I have. You can use real pictures to create your own art. Like, this is transformative enough that it's like, this is transformative enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's still my drawing. I still did all the artistic work. I just used a reference, and the reference was AI. I'm not trying to profit off of that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I would use this person. It was, it's just more for practice than anything else. But it allows you, like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And since you're using that as concept art, you're just using that as like reference material. It's the art. The art you made finally is yours. You know, there's nothing wrong against. People do that all the time. Yeah, people do that all the time. I think it's fine. I would never like. Yeah. Yeah. I would never like. I would never profit. I would never ever try and make money off of AI. It's sleazy but I don't think there's anything wrong with at least using it as like for reference material. You know. Yeah. 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 It should, and I think I found. I 100% agree, and I think I found the way to use it without. And any art I like commission, like any art I've used, is either something I've done all the drawing for, or I have yeah, hired people to do. So. Like, see, like, there's quite a bit a difference between this and that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's the most reasonable use of. Yeah, I don't know. That's the only really AI thing I'm using is that. So yeah, AI people out there, yes, I concede I found a use for AI. I'm not using, I refuse, but yeah. And listen, it's still my skill, because I'm sight drawing all this stuff. Like, you guys saw me, I didn't trace, I just sight drew it. Anyway. Oh god, I'm tired. Oh, I should probably give it. I'm so close to 5 hours. Okay. Favorite Mario character is Kirby. We all agree Kirby is the best and the coolest and the brightest, and everybody loves Kirby, right? Kirby parties, Kirby slays. If only the Aztecs were such pricks. I think about that a lot. That, like, in many ways, yeah. I think about that a lot. How, like, if the Aztecs hadn't, because it is interesting that in many ways the Aztecs were doing what the Spanish were doing to the surrounding tribes. And if they weren't, like, so aggressively, that was the whole problem. Yeah, that was the whole problem. Is that Well, if we want to get into it, that's kind of how colonialism always works. Is like what the colonialists will do usually is they'll, like, try and exploit, like, already simmering tensions, and they'll divide and conquer that way. Yeah, the problem was the Aztecs were just fucking pricks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's always the problem. That's always how So, yeah. One thing, yeah. What was it called? One thing, yeah. So one thing, if you want to look at it for a lesson, the best way, I'll give it a look. The best way to ensure your nation isn't taken over is to treat your minorities well. Because if you're really shitty and cruel to them, they may choose the conqueror. But if they have no reason to want to hate you, they'll be loyal to you. The Aztecs' biggest fuck up was, and particularly Montezuma was not particularly. You get into this thing, like Montezuma was like a cultural hero, and it's now, but he was kind of a screw up. Honestly, if the Spanish hadn't invaded, the Aztecs probably would have been kicked out pretty quick. Were probably pretty close to getting kicked out themselves. Not that what happened to them wasn't a tragedy, by the way. I should point out that the Mesoamerican pre-Columbian societies were a beautiful and amazing society. Yeah, nothing excusing the Spanish, because the Spanish didn't went around and behaved exactly the same way that did all the bad things that the tribes were trying to get rid of in the first place. So it's kind of, they were exploiting it, and then they just immediately did it. But if we can take a lesson, treat the fucking minorities well, you pricks. So when invasions come, like, if you treat them shitty, they have no reason to be nice to you. Yeah, well, one of the things they don't talk about, Yeah. I would say that's definitely part of it. That was 100% part of it. And I would also point out a thing that also for some reason gets... Oh, no, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But I would like to add another caveat to that. Disease, Finn. Disease. We don't bring that up for some reason. Big reason why a lot of them... Big reason why there was a lot of problems. Massive disease that the Europeans brought. You know, it's a little hard to defend your nation, you know, your like society when it's like all your leaders and generals are all being destroyed by plagues. That's why the Inca got so screwed over. If you're curious, it's because the Spanish happened to land right as the succession was a succession was happening, and then like the main successor, the guy who was about to succeed, died just as the other guy was about to die. So the emperor of the Inca was dying of plague, and he named his successor, and then he died, and then the successor died. So there was no clear line of succession. So a civil war broke out, and the Spanish were able to exploit that. Fine. That looks cool. I'll give it a look. That actually looks really cool. I actually I don't talk about this enough. Partly because it's harder to research. Thank you, Spanish. Yeah. But I actually have quite a lot of interest in like pre-Columbian history of the Americas. That's actually a thing I'm actually I'm actually a little bit passionate about is that. But it's the reason I don't talk about it. One is because I have trouble remembering names. I'm bad with names to begin with, and you know, I'm bad with names to begin with. But also, it's hard to research, just because of. Listen, it would be very nice if if the Spanish managed to single-handedly destroy thousands of years of culture in a generation. Like, do you know that the Inca had a very elaborate like bead based journaling, like writing system almost. So like they had all these like holy necklaces with like different types of beads, and like a person who knew how to. And you would have people who knew how to read that. So it was essentially, and like they had like these huge, like thousands of them that like told the whole history of the Inca Empire pretty much. And when they invaded, like they destroyed all of it, and then they killed all the people who could read it. So like we just lost it all. Like they cut all the strings and like let the bees fall. So we lost, like, the Inca had been very good about preserving their history, and we lost it all because of the Spanish. You know? It's like, I don't know, it's scummy. Not that, you know, like, say, my ancestors were all that better, but... Although a lot of my ancestors... part of the initial colonization, so I can It's infuriating. It's infuriating. I do try and weasel my way out of it just a little bit by going like, well, a lot of my ancestors actually came in the 1800s, so like we're we didn't do all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Really? I must confess, I'm not as, yeah. I mean, Tibet, the Uyghurs. Yeah. 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 Oh, this is gonna depress me. Yeah. Really? Shit, man. No, but apparently a bunch of tankies on. A bunch of tankies on TikTok have like said like, no, they've done nothing wrong. And it was the CIA who did them. Infuriates me to no end. I remember, if I could briefly complain about this, because, yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's infuriating. Wow. Jesus. That's infuriating. I mean, it's just, I mean, any empire. I mean, if we want to be really honest, really any empire is built on the back of like genocide. Like, I mean, like the Romans. Like, we don't really hear much about the Carthaginians anymore. Wonder what happened to them. Yeah. I know, it's so infuriating. I know of like the whole Han supremacy thing. Yeah. Isn't that, I know, it's just, isn't that so fucking infuriating that they do that? And it's like, oh, well, it's a perfect society. Yeah, because you killed everybody so that your people could survive. It's like, I saw a TikTok once, if I could just complain about TikTok for a brief second, where it was like, it was this guy, he was like, he's reading this book, he says like, okay, so it's this guy, he says like, I believed in America until I read. Yeah, I want to talk about it because I kind of think I got a lot of TikTok Chinese propaganda sent my way. He was like, I was reading this book, and it was a book called like colonialism or the dangers of colonialism, and he's like, and he closed it, and then suddenly the camera tilts and it goes red, and you hear the Russian national anthem, the USSR national anthem, and I'm like, yeah. Fucking USSR, notoriously really cool with other people's cultures. Yeah, that's what the communists, that's what extra cool with, like, extra cool with people's other cultures other than their own. They beautiful no deportations, no genocides. No clearing out of other people so that they could bring in Russians. None. Yeah, communists, very... The one thing you can say about communism is it's very cool with differences in culture and like, it's very cool with all of that. It's like, it really likes people being like different and maintaining regional cultures and religions and loyalties and having different like societal setups than like the ones that they want. Communism, notoriously really good, really likes a lot of that stuff. Yeah, of course we're being sarcastic. Drives me crazy. I would get stuff like, yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I keep bringing up Hitler. So I kept bringing up Hitler for a while, so. Yeah. No, I'll look into that. Yeah. No, but that like infuriates. I don't know. It infuriates me. Like, not to put it out there, but Taiwan. Taiwan is one of the few like. Yeah. South, Eastern Asian countries that has been trying to like bolster its. Well, I'm gonna say something nice about Taiwan, so you're gonna listen here for a second. I like the fact that Taiwan is trying to make up for initially suppressing the native culture of Taiwan. It's obviously not perfect, and it's probably a lot of struggle, but the fact that they acknowledge it and are at least trying to like preserve the language and the culture is certainly better than what the Chinese would do. Obviously, it's imperfect and fumbling, but it's at least progress. Yeah, it is. It's the Warsaw Pact. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the whole fucking thing. It's so infuriating, like how, like there are people online who are like so, like suck up to the USSR. So, yeah. Right. The only reason the USSR fought Germany is because Germany betrayed it. It was perfectly happy. It was perfectly happy to like be shitty to like let Germany do all the things it was doing. The only reason it did because like they were both Stalin and Hitler were both like shitty people who hated. Yeah. Anyways, definitely they would have just betrayed them. Yeah. Like I don't know. Like I have a lot of problems with like capitalism and especially like the way like our society is structured and run. But I don't think I don't have a solution really in my head, but I have a lot of but I don't think the problem is that we're not giving sociopathic idiots enough power. Like I don't think the problem is like that's the problem. I don't know. I think they should have more power and less responsibility and have to report less to us. That's really what it should be. Yeah. Yeah. And then you got like these like fucking sociopaths. Like, not to complain more about tankies because they drive me up a fucking wall. Then you got these people like there's this podcast I really like, Behind the Bastards, and he has a really good point that these are just like yeah. Exactly. Okay, I'm going to throw this out there. I'm going to throw this out there. I actually don't believe it, but it's something I think about every once in a while. Maybe we should just bring back, like, giving people titles. Because I was thinking, like, if we just had, like, titles we could give out that are, like, heretical and that sound like they're important but have no power, I kind of feel like we could just get rid of all these, like, idiots. Like, let's create a dukeship of, like, fisheries, and, like, their job is to make sure that, like, fish are, like, really cool or something, and, like, and we can give them, like, you know, we can give all these, like, these rich idiots a bunch of ceremony, and where they get to wear nice fancy suits, and then, like, the people who are actually, like, then all the elected officials who are actually in charge can just do what they actually want. Like, we can just let the actual elected officials do the real work, but, like, just have a bunch of ceremony. Anyways, that's always my thought. Like, I 100% agree with you, Finn. Lately in the U.S., I don't know how closely you follow U.S. politics, but lately in the U.S. we've been having a big problem with Dianne Feinstein, who is 90 years old, is very, is pretty, has like really bad dementia, and at any second could be like confined to a hospital. But also Feinstein is on the single most important committee, the Judicial Committee, and she's the tie-breaking vote, and she refuses to leave. So we're stuck. She was reelected inexplicably, and we're stuck with her for another 6 years. 6 years. She'll be like 94 by the time of her next election, and nobody's sure if she's 100% going to leave by then. And she happens to be on the most important committee. Yeah. The single most important committee. And it's like, she should retire. She should retire. Yes. Yeah. No worries. I mean, you have all your... Yeah. Yeah. Are you... Yeah. I saw. Yeah, I mean, Yeah. 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 You two follow each other. You should follow each other, because I think you two would have a lot to talk about. Yeah. I don't know, it just drives me crazy. I can't stand. Yeah, it's a big problem. Like, I was just thinking, like, what if we just gave Dianne Feinstein, like, a special title? It's still a government job. It's a special title she can keep. And we'll give her an office, and she can show up every day, make big speeches about stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, like, there should be fitness tests, at least, like mental fitness tests. Like one of the... I don't know. It's shitty and stupid. The problem is, like, a lot of this stuff works on seniority. It's not just about... It's about... The problem is it's like the culture of the thing. Like, why was Hillary Clinton picked as the Democratic candidate against Trump? The reason why is because people felt it was her time. And she was like one of the more senior level politicians in the U.S. But Hillary has always been kind of unpopular, and there was but I mean, like, the thing is, Biden is actually quite popular in important. It's complicated once you get down to like things like Biden is popular in. Yeah. I mean, it's in a lot of countries it's like 72. Yeah. It's like 70 is another one. Yeah, sure. Who knows? But that would require people giving up power Finland, and that doesn't happen. That's why I'm saying we should just have a series of jobs for like these people. Well, that's why I'm saying we should just like have a series of jobs for these people that sound really fancy but don't have any like actual power. And they can be that. Like the secretary of like weights and measures. Like we can appoint like an old senator to the secretary of weights and measures, and it's their job to make sure that weights and measures still weigh the same. Does a pound still weigh a pound? Does an ounce still weigh an ounce? I think that's a job you can figure out. The secretary of flag design, of like patriotic ceremony. Finland. Here's what we do. We appoint. Their job will be to figure out how do you fold a flag, what color the flag should be, the exact shade of red, blue, and white each element should be. It's a very important job. It's a very important job that a lot of people have to do. When do you raise it at half mast? When do you raise it at? Is it red? Is it RGB red 36, 37? Well, we should let you have a big committee. We'll let you figure that out yourself. And just give them that job. It sounds important. They're a cabinet member. Sure, you don't meet with them all that often. But everybody's happy. Ironically, I think jobs like that actually exist in a lot of like places. That's why, like, I don't think, like, Canada has the governor generals, which tend to be exactly that. Yeah. Should. Yeah. Start local. Start show up to protests. Start working with your local political party. That's the best way to do it, I've heard. Start participating in like local elections, like volunteer at local elections. That'll give you experience. Yeah. Well, pick the one that you feel fits you best, and start participating at your local level, like your local town and city level politics. I don't know I think it's a parliamentary system, right? Yeah. Yeah, get your name out there. You can eventually get to a small position. I don't know exactly how. I assume it's parliamentary, but beyond that, I don't know. We live in a kick-ass system where people who get the majority of votes sometimes don't get elected. Yeah. Which is so much better. I mean, there are good elements about the U.S. system, but it's like, I think. But there's a lot of, yeah. Social. That's pure communist talk. Sure, the single worst man ever to be elected got in that exact way, but didn't actually win the election, but somehow we had to let him be president. I remember some teacher told me I was in college when he was elected. I remember some teacher told me that he he was trying to talk down to me. Essentially, I didn't like him, and he said to me, it's like, well, you don't know if he was going to be really bad. And I was like, I wanted to just say to him, like, I know he's going to be really, yeah, it's so fucking stupid. Like, the electoral college system sort of made sense way back in the past when, like, the country was first founded, when it would take months to travel in between things. It's like it made sense when there wasn't, like, really a way. It was a lot harder to do mass elections, like, a lot of the U.S.'s problems, at least, are, we have all these laws that made sense, like, 200, 300 years ago, but nobody wants to change them. Like, it's happened. I mean, George Bush didn't win the electoral votes. But it's just crazy, Finland. Why should the majority of people get to decide who to lead them? That's not how it works. It should be a small gap. It should be a small, barely populated collection of states that get to decide. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Be like, if like, yeah, in Finland. Well, lucky. I always liked Finland. I always wanted to, yeah. I always wanted to visit Finland. Like, it had George Bush and then Donald Trump. It's a coincidence that they're both Republicans. I don't know what that implies. This, by the way, this is just a picture. This is just a picture I found. That's how I trained myself to do it. Yeah, that's how I trained myself to do it. Like, I would just, like... Yeah. I would just sit and watch TV and, like, find random pictures I liked and just try and draw from them. You will get better. You will get better. It takes... I draw every day. And sometimes you just do bad. I did kind of want to try and draw like comics today, a comic, but I don't got it. Let's see. I keep thinking like, should I just go to bed? I'm like, I still got the energy to do it. Remember, don't draw nudes in public. The more chance, I should probably call it. I've actually been on for about 6 hours. I may have been saying some potentially libelous things to somebody about an ongoing case that I really shouldn't have. Oh God, I'm tired. No, I don't think I can do it. Okay. No, okay. One second. We're gonna call it here. I'm tired. I can't do it anymore. I'm gonna call it. I've been on for about 7 hours, I think. So. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm very tired. I'm going to bed. Thanks for sticking around.